Hello, hail, and well met. Hello, Fan. Hello, Sans. Hello, Zehel. Hello, everyone else tuning in. It is time to finally get back to Rogue Trader. I kind of got sidetracked a little bit with Path of Exile. Really been enjoying the current league of that. Been getting deeper into it than ever before. Thank you, Sans. I really like it. I really like it. Fan of Light has redeemed a Danish translation of Fan of Light is my favorite viewer. So if I don't translate your name, I just translate your sentence, that would be Fan of Light er min yndlingsseer. However, Fan of Light itself could also be translated into Fan af lys. So it could also translate as Fan af lys er min yndlingsseer. There you go. Fragmotor, hello, welcome. Thank you for checking in. Alright. As far as I remember, last stream we were trying to get from A to B, and so much story and DLC stuff kept happening that we actually didn't make it just from one system to another. Actually, we made it from the system we started to the system where we were going, which was like 2 or 3 jumps, but we didn't have time to actually do anything in the system we were going to because so much other stuff kept happening. So we are going to land on a Dargonus because of what, actually? Because of this. We need to assess the situation on the capital world. Oh, right, because House Warsarian was accused of treason. One warp jump takes an... That's really what happened last time. Trip to Dagonis to meet the Erebus family. Oh, right, we have to assassinate someone. We had a vision when we were trying to rescue Kibella from her own mind that we have to assassinate someone. Okay, so that and find out what's happening with the Warsarians. But if it's a fan as in fanning, then it would be... Fan of Light. Vifte af lys. Erebus. Well, Erebus with an I. But yes, I definitely think that's deliberate. Anyway, I think before we land, so I don't forget, let's go and have a chat with Marajai. What is you know, fanning? When you fan something with a fan. Like the physical object you use to move air to cool and refresh. Alright, where is Maharaja? I think, yeah, he's down there. So that would be this way, right? Now that's Solomon and Eargun. Did I get it wrong? No, Marajai's here. He's tucked into the corner. Diamondback, welcome!
Rogue Trader.
After what happened on the officers' bridge, how are you coping with the warp crossings?
You dare to ask me that question. Every time this barge pierces the veil, I am left alone with all the nightmares of she who thirsts. It costs me all my fortitude and strength to fight them off, and there is never anyone at hand with whom I can indulge myself. Only cold walls and a sealed airlock.
So he's pouting.
Since the first time, I've been slowly acclimatizing to voyaging through the veil. Only Monkey could have conceived of such a suicidal method of galactic travel.
Oh no, the torture elf has nightmares. Oh no.
And exhilarating. At least now I know what I'm facing, and consequently,
oh yes, we got a streaker.
I will find a way to withstand it.
Fragmotor, thank you for the 5-stream streak. I appreciate you being here.
And now it is time to learn what is happening with the Cabal of the Reaving Tempest, leaderless and abandoned to the mercies of Camorra. The survivors will probably be driven into real space to fall prey to Silent Thresh. You must find them. If we encounter the remnants of the Cabal in this dimension, I will want to speak to them.
Light in Hindi means Roshni? Roshni? Who was a childhood crush of yours? Oh, okay. So you're a thirsty boy. So should you switch your Twitch name now to Fan of Anya? I wish to know more about your cabal.
Ask your questions. I will decide which is worthy of an answer.
Tony! Hey, Tony! Signal is shit at work. Just wanted to pop in. Wish you a lovely stream. Thank you so much, Tony. I hope you have a good day at work. You are the Drakon of your cabal. What does that mean exactly?
The Drakon is the first among the blades of the Cabal of the Reaving Tempest, and the Drukhari who stands but one rung below the Archon. The Drakon leads raids and wages wars against other Cabals, keeps the arrogant true-born and half-born upstarts at bay, and has the pick of any
You gotta unleash the beast with monster energy.
She used to have others in her inner circle, but I ensured that they all disappeared one by one, and that their successors were too terrified to take their place. That was when my sister engaged an incubi order to serve as her bodyguards. Incubi do not respond to fear or bribes.
And why do I have to crack another one right now, Diamondback? I don't have a lot in my fridge, so I don't want to waste them. The number? It's just 66. What could the next be? Oh, 6-7. Well, here's the thing about 6-7, and this might come as a surprise to you. With, you know, some of the things I say and some of the things I do, this might be a shock, but I am actually not 13 years old, so I don't give a shit about 6-7. What sparked the conflict between you and Eremeris?
Must there be another reason beyond survival and ambition? Camorra does not tolerate weakness. Camorra respects only strength and cunning. Either you climb upward,
this monster isn't very good,
enemies, or you become one of the steps underfoot.
I think it's been dropped somewhere in the shipping process or something. It's a little flat. Need to write you about it. You did Burial Chamber as tier 16. You need help, we could do it as a tier 14 with a few mods. I would love that, Zahel, if you'd help me with that. I'd appreciate that. Because I simply just do not have the burst damage to take down Witch of the Cauldron. Hey, Telkree! Good to see you. Welcome. Crack 3 more and have a sexy number of monsters. We'll get there when we get there. I'm not in any hurry. What were the memes when you were growing up? Oh god, I don't even remember. That's what she said. And a Danish version of that based on some radio show. Det sagde hun også I går. Which is, that's the same thing she said yesterday. There was Godnat og sov godt. So also from the same radio sketch show, which is like you say something and then you turn it into, but that didn't happen. Good night and sleep well. So for example, so this girl went out on a date. She got drunk because she thought that the guy was a nice, caring gentleman who wouldn't take advantage of her. But he wasn't. Good night and sleep tight. That was a meme at the time I was growing up. That kind of a very blunt twist at the end. It was funny at the time. It's not particularly funny today. It was very much a product of its time, as far as memes go. How is it that the great and terrifying Marajai was only the Draken of the Cabal, and not its Archon?
Keep your arrogance in check. Irimaris was clever and deadly, and if I had underestimated her abilities and strength, I would have been food for the Urgals long ago. The very fact that she surpassed me speaks for itself. I refused to give her cause to cast me out as a traitor. No, our rivalry, our little game that ran since our birth, took time. And another thing, when you're at the top, you need something to stave off boredom. This game amused us and terrorized the rest of the Cabal.
Najrake and the Cabal of the Black Heart. What's their relationship to your Cabal?
The Cabal of the Black Heart is the most ancient of all the Cabals, and the largest. It casts a shadow over all Camorra, and when the Black Heart strikes, you submit or you die. The Reaving Tempest was not prepared to perish, so when the Black Heart's shadow stretched as far as us, Irimaris' predecessors chose to bend the knee and become their vassals. Irimaris never liked the Cabal's subordinate position. Her words, and sometimes her actions, directed against the Black Heart, prompted whispers of discontent and fear among those who served her. I was not willing to renounce the protection of Asdrubal Vekt's own Cabal. If I had succeeded in overthrowing Irimaris with Nazrake's aid, many within the Reaving Tempest would have supported me.
Talk to the hand thing means the exact same thing if you say that sentence. Yeah, Tail to Han. That was definitely also. Actually, in my circles, we shortened it down so it just became hand. And we would do it to each other constantly just to be annoying shit. So while someone was saying something, we would just stick our hand in his face and just go, Han! 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 We really were an annoying bunch of snots back then. I mean, this is like when I was maybe 15. What is your connection to Tervantius?
Tervantius was Irimaris' ally, not mine. The Reaving Tempest is his patron, and patron also to the witches of the arena. I have had cause to seek out his artistry several times, and each time with difficulty. Of late, he's been gone from Camorra more often than he's been in it. He was probably in one of his lairs where he hides his other experiments and creations.
Do you have any idea where his other lairs might be?
After Tervantius quarreled with the witches and was stripped of the Cabal's protection, his havens in Camorra were turned into a deadly trap. I imagine they've been ransacked and destroyed by now. His other hideouts may be somewhere in the tangle of the webway, or in real space. But that last possibility is madness even for a homunculus.
When did you have need of his expertise?
When the grotesque of a rival cabal ripped my arm off at the shoulder, when I needed a substance to wring the truth out of you in the Obsidian Court, when I had personal desires that only a master of flesh could satisfy.
Ooh, personal desires. Tell me more.
You are just dying to know, aren't you?
Oh, you tease. Alright, enough about the homunculus. You call yourself a trueborn. What exactly does that mean?
It is a caste in Comora. Noble Drukhari born under certain circumstances. Their cradle before birth was not an amniotic gestational tube, but a living womb. Carrying a fetus for such a lengthy term is as good as a death sentence for a female Drukhari. She is too vulnerable to her enemy's attacks, and she is of no use on a raid. In Comora, only the most powerful Drukhari, who are able to surround themselves with the best protection, can allow themselves such an extravagance.
Pregnancy as a decadent luxury. That's an interesting take.
Farkaza Aziriesh, poisoner of Azdrujar, and Shaimish's elect, was one such exalted leader of the Drukhari. The result was worth the effort.
You speak low Gothic. Knowing your kind, I cannot believe you learned it willingly.
It was a punishment. One of my raids was not as successful as it should have been, and Erimeris ordered Tavantius to forcibly implant the knowledge of the repulsive monkey language into my mind. Supposedly so that I could at least benefit the Cabal by coaxing the monkey into their cages. 5 days I spent under a cerebral burner in the Spire's main hall. To the delight of Erimeris' entourage, I dislocated every joint, struggling in agony against my shackles. But I would endure it all again to expel this poison from my head.
You know, the more I listen, the more it seems that for a proud Drukhari, you very much enjoy submitting.
An amusing example of a primitive mind. Any Drukhari towers over any monkey, and we do not conceal our attitude to livestock, but my Kabbalite kin. Every one of them should be treated with caution, and those who have already demonstrated their power and might are a deadly threat in their own right. I do not revel in submission. I accept things as they are. And I wait until a point of weakness reveals itself and calls to my blade.
Good to know. You have numerous titles, I recall. Tell me about them.
Eviscerator of Illiridas, Blaze of the Barkag Kingdom, and Slayer of Corocius the Pale. Illiridas was a world inhabited by our distant Eldari cousins, until I led a reaping raid there. The Barkag Kingdom was a separate cluster on the fringes of Comora before it went to war with the Reaving Tempest, and by the time I left, I was wading through the blood of its inhabitants. And lastly, Corocius the Pale. He was an ancient homunculus who betrayed the Aziriesh at the behest of another Cabal. That was not a military victory, but a personal one. In his attempts to make himself invincible, Corocius had sown inside himself the deadliest creatures from the depths of Comora. It did not save him. I cut out every one of his 8 hearts and sent them to his former coven as a warning to the rest.
Well, Merishai, at least by his own telling, certainly seems formidable.
Are you sure?
I wish to know more about your kind.
What exactly do you want to know?
In what way do your kind differ from the Craftworld Eldari?
In all ways. The Asuriani are feeble shadows of our ancestors. We are their true inheritors. The Asuriani hide from she who thirsts behind their paths, relying on the visions of their precious far-seers, or blind to the reality around them. We Drukhari laugh in the face of the unknown. We thrive off the carnage and pain we inflict.
Do you love this Dark Eldar, since he's true to what an Eldar once was? I mean, that is a pretty good argument. Like, saying that the Drukhari are the true heirs of the ancient Eldari, we have to remember that the ancient Eldari murder-fucked Slaanesh into being. And that the Craftworld Elder were the people who at the time looked at all the murder-fucking and went, oh no, this is bad, built craft worlds, and fucked off. That's how they survived the birth of Slaanesh. So, the claim that the Drukhari are the true heirs? Honestly, there's kind of something to it. You're kind of obsessed with pain. Why?
Because the ecstasy of suffering is the highest form of pleasure, accessible only to superior beings. By your very nature, creatures like you are incapable of knowing such gratification.
Marajai, you're lying. Drukhari cannot survive and escape the pull of chaos, except by feeding off the suffering of others.
Careful. My tolerance for such remarks will run out eventually, even given your depressingly simplistic mind and non-existent instinct for self-preservation.
Aww, did I touch a nerve? Why do the Drukhari hide in the webway? Why not live in real space?
Watch it. It is Monkey who run and hide, not our kin. Camorra is the legacy of our ancestors. They found a way to penetrate the tangle of the webway and move through its twisting labyrinths. Few would hazard to travel in this splintered kingdom, let alone erect bastions in it. The Drukhari are the only Eldari who do not fear the horrors of the webway. For every peril we overcome makes us stronger.
Marajai sounds sincere, but it is clearly his truth that he is speaking. Something in his face makes you think there is another reason why the Drukhari race chose such a tumultuous dimension to be their home. I keep hearing the name Asdrubal Vecht. Tell me about him.
No. No one speaks of the Overlord of Camorra without good reason. Amusing you is certainly not reason enough.
Oh, okay. I think we found something Marajai is actually scared of. Alright, that'll do.
Perhaps. What else?
What do you plan to do next?
Now that I've gained a foothold in real space, I must find a way to win back my Cabal. Irimaris is dead, and the Reaving Tempest will be torn apart by Camorra. But if they allow themselves to be slaughtered, I will feel no particular pity for that worthless scum.
Alright, that's enough out of you for now.
Then go. I will find something to amuse myself with.
Alright, time to land on Dagonis and get down to business. Let's get down to business to eat some buns. Oh, do I have projects available? Wait, do I have... Oh my god, I have the next tiers of colony projects available. Okay, we're just gonna sit here and look at our colonies for a little while. So these require some of those. Okay, so for Foulstone, Showing illusions, possible to gain a lot of attention and pilgrims. Get me some boots. Oh shit, that's insane. Or we could do missionaries. Give me the light of faith. Ooh, that's good. I can do Lightbringers. Costing me people, a lot of plasteel, but I have a lot of plasteel, and a lot of promethium, but I have a lot of promethium. Ooh, 5 navigators insight, 2 security, and reputation with Imperial Navy. With the warp currents tangled, refugees lose their way and perish in terror. Rogue traders can send out pious patrols to help those in distress and light warp beacons. And finally there is Crucible. After millennia of lying under the monastery, Saint Cognatius's titanic machine will soon be launched. It will take resources to awaken the relic, but doing so will bring glory to the Von Valancius name. Phlogiston and chemicals. I can't afford that. Oh my god, 3 complacency across my protectorate? That is wild. I kind of want all of these. Do any of these? So this is after I do Crucible. Okay. Yeah, because it affects my entire protectorate, I think I'm just gonna do Crucible. Now for Janus. Let's see. We don't have Secret Lair. Okay, so payment in organs. The large increase in tithes may be supplemented by a decree that addresses the current shortfalls in other ways. Sacrifice 3 people. Giving me, is that an Eldari sniper rifle? Chant of Stagnation. I won't be using that, because I don't have an Eldari sniper. Some profit, some Xenotech, cost me complacency. I kind of don't want this one. Secret Lair. A new secret lodge of Xenos specialists will decipher the written records left by the ancient Xenos that once inhabited Janus. Costing me Xenotech and provisions. Have enough for that. Making me happy with Caspalica missions. Costing me security, but giving me protectorate-wide efficiency. That's nice. And... ooh, plus 10 to Lord Xenos. And extra dodge reduction against Xenos. Nice. Xenos Intoxicant after I do Secret Lair. Give me the Vial of Falstau. Interesting. Death Cult of the Reaper Emperor. The decree requires that all redundant members of the community give themselves to the land, allowing themselves to become a nourishing compost on which the sprouts of a future prosperity burgeon. Three-quarters of Komora Fearvect. I'm surprised it's only 3/4. I would have thought everyone in Komora Fearvect. I don't like this one from a lore point of view. The Lost. The Expanse is burning, testing the mettle of its void pirates. They are ready to pay in exotic xenobeasts for such simple things like air and provisions. Costing me some provisions, giving me profit. Rep with the Fellowship of the Void. I mean, that's a fair point. Sense. And Fang of Perdition. Great Fire. Territory for new agri-complexes can be gained only one way. The way of fire. It's a lot of Promethium. But it gives me profit factor, provisions, and chemicals. What do these require? They require Great Fire. And I need Captive Xenos for Xenovivisectory. Need Charter of Minimal Rights. I think we're going to do Secret Lair, even though it's going to cost me some security. I think it's going to be worth it. Now for Dagonas. Let's see. Holy Prophet. Date for the payment of the tithe approaches. However, by making use of the corrupt practices of Administratum, one could find a way to keep both the Psychers and the thrones. No! No! I do not want the Arbites beating down my door. No! Praising the Muses. Amazing and monumental works. Marked with the rogue trader's likeness. Okay. Complacency and efficiency, and remembered in prayers. All allies gain willpower and resolve. Okay, that seems good. Pleasing the tired. The Adeptus Administratum's vanity may be indulged through the construction of a floating palace filled with helpful serfs and exquisite pleasures. Mollified by the bribe, the scribes will be especially attentive to the rogue traitor's wishes. It's a lot of cost in return for rep with the Drusians, a bit of security, and... Ooh, that's good though. Call to arms. Doesn't cost anything. Gives security, people and weapons, and a familial power armor. Which I can probably give to, what's-her-face? Argenta? Charter of Minimal Rights. The adoption of the Charter, a document that grants certain rights to commoners, is a scandalous decision. This step will allow a small group of elected commoners to rule Dagonas alongside the aristocracy. I mean, that is totally on brand for my character. Bestower of Freedom. Yes! And it gives Iconoclast. Militia Navy. We are not on good enough terms with the Navy. I think we want that as well. Bastion. We're not efficient enough to build a bastion. Ooh. Protectorate wide -3 complacency. Ooh, I don't like that. Give the commoners the right to decide when to breathe. I mean, ooh, Schola Progenium. Ooh, Librarium. We're gonna do Charter of Minimal Rights, first and foremost here. I'm surprised that doesn't lower, like, my either efficiency or complacency. Variable 6. Ooh, we have an action. Lord Captain, the Astropathic Choir has caught glimpses of horrifying visions coming from Variable 6. Something has breached the colony from underground. Soon after a new sector of deep tunnels had been put into operation, it was overrun by monsters. They lurk in the darkness, swarm in the shadows, attack quietly, and leave nothing in their wake, consuming flesh, plasteel, and rockcrete. Oh, that sounds like Tyranids. The cheering of 1,000 claws heralds their approach, and desperate cries can be heard in the silence of the tunnels. Praise be to the Golden Throne, these creatures do not seem to be interested in getting to the surface. However, they have seized several active mines and are doing Emperor only knows what to them. What are these creatures? Few who have faced them have survived to tell the tale, so the information is scarce and hardly reliable. Their accounts, if you will, are a jumble of facts mixed with wild speculation. The frightened workers call these monsters a swarm because they crawl along the tunnels like a wave. They say that the enemies are vast in number and resemble insects. One of the fortunate survivors, mad from the horror, emerged from the mines holding a wrench engraved with strange markings. The pattern was exactly the same as the one the mad convicts had been etching into the walls. You will lose. Oh my god. Arm the convicts. Blow up the tunnels. That looks expensive. What think my advisors? The threat is unknown. Establishing the nature of the threat is the top priority. Collateral losses are insignificant. Requesting authorization to coordinate an offensive operation to be carried out by penal battalions in order to determine the nature of the attack. We have to block off this threat and protect the people. To do this, we must blow up the tunnels. But, to make sure that the plan works, it has to be done in areas currently occupied by this unknown enemy. I'm sure that a dozen brave souls can be found in the colony, ones willing to accept the grace of martyrdom and carry the explosives into the darkness below. We drive those monstrosities back underground and use heavy drilling machines to simulate an offensive from multiple directions. Then, we block the majority of the passages, leaving only the best defended ones open. Let's see how those miscreants enjoy being trapped. I will go with Solomon. Let us drive the enemy back into the darkness, as Solomon has proposed. We may lack the forces to exterminate the invaders, but we have quite enough to drive them back and win ourselves some time for the battles to come. The new extraction sector shook as drilling machinery tore into the rock. From the depths of the mining drifts came the sound of screeching and scraping. A hideous swarm of metal-reinforced insects charged the defenders of Viabus 6, but the tactic worked. The enemy was vanquished, and what remained of the swarm disappeared into the planet's bowels. One could only hope and pray that enough time had been won to prepare for the next invasions. Right, so let's see what projects we have available here. Navy whips require Imperial Navy. These require tools of killing, penal battalion. Penal battalion, does this also require? Okay, so penal battalion leads to tier 5. Let's see what we have. Earthbreaker! The blessed hydraulics will crush the greedy bowels of the earth, freeing the priceless minerals. I spend mechanisms and promethium to gain phlogiston and xenotech. The Drakari armor. Meh. Pure blood. The rogue trader may grant the convicts the rights to buy, with their labor, the freedom of their children born in captivity. Yes. Oh my god, yes. Children should not be born into captivity because of the crimes of their parents. Jesus Christ. But I still manage to do it in a way that increases my profit. we're definitely doing this. I just want to see what the other ones are. Extractum ignifera. Transuranium's value is such that open pit mining will be worth thousands of lives lost to radiation exposure. Captive Xenos. Acquiring captives from the enemies of humanity for use in forced labor is a possible way to replenish the workforce. Spend some profit factor for Caspalica rep. Some people, but I lose security, protectorate wide, and I get a Drukhari sword. I don't think I like that one. Purification by death. In the Expanse's darkest hours, convicts may take the Martyr's Shift and descend into the mines, never to resurface, thereby clearing their name. Ooh, this one's really good. Spend some people and some mechanisms for a lot of adamantine plasteel, some xenotech. I want to do this one as well. This one we require Navy rep. Disciplinary officers of the Imperial Navy will make for wonderful wardens. And Penal Battalion. An entire planetary regiment of Martyr Guardsmen. A gift from the rogue trader to the Coronis Expanse in its darkest hours. Security, and I gain Diligent Cannoneers. Ooh. So I definitely want to do Penal Battalion, but Pure Blood has first priority. Next, Kiavagama, which is my tech world. Brand of the Motive Force. Oh, potential covering its surface in a huge Elect 2. Whole world will be wrapped in a grandiose Potentia coil. Costing a lot of resources. Not bad. Not bad. Not super exciting. Orbital Shipyard. Yes! Costs a lot of weapons. How many weapons? Oh, I have plenty of weapons. Okay. Imperial Navy rep. Protectorate-wide security. And what is this? Orbital Shipyard is in the lead. That looks very good. Let's see what else we can get. Tools of Killing. Retrofitted mining equipment may be of interest to the pirates of the Expanse. Does not take a brilliant mind to turn a mining laser into a weapon. Don't hate it. Sacred Flame. Passing through distillation plants and multitude of filters. Raw materials with high energy potential will be transformed into combustible promethium. Once the proper liturgies have been served, it will be employed as the Emperor's burning wrath. So turn phlogiston and chemicals into promethium. Gain some complacency and... Ooh, not bad. More damage with flamers and grenades. I don't use those a lot, but I do use them a little bit. Dark Experiments requires Caspalica rep. Ooh, but that is a really good weapon. That is a really strong lance weapon. Okay, I kind of want to get this one done. Secret experiments with the wrecks of Xenos ships will be conducted at the Orbital Shipyard. I haven't built the Orbital Shipyard yet. One of the projects has been completed. Inferno, Armored Rage, Unwelcome Guests. I want to get my Caspalica rep up to where I can do this one. Mechanical Trade. Again, Imperial Navy rep. A lot of things I want to do are gated by Imperial Navy rep. So I think we have to do some trading with the Imperial Navy soon. The Imperial Navy has sustained heavy losses. They are willing to provide valuable machinery in exchange for trained tech priests. So I spend 3 people. I gain rep, profit, and... Is that a shield? No, it's armor. That seems really good. I think that's way better than what I already have. Sacrilege of Creation. The heresy of creativity may bear practical fruit. Eargun? Have you been talking to these people? Is often a thing. Yeah, one of their weapons is mining laser. And they also have mining drills. It's actually... I don't know if it still is, but I remember when they came out back in 9th edition, it annoyed me a little bit. Because I was like, what is even the point of having a Thunderhammer when a piece of mining equipment is just as good of a melee weapon? Why even bother going through the trouble of making something like a Thunderhammer when a mining drill is just as good? That annoyed me a little bit. Heresy of creativity. If subjects are allowed to secretly produce the mechanisms they invent. Spend adamantite and chemical to become more heretical. A lot of mechanisms and weapons, but again, protectorate-wide loss of security. I don't like that. Don't like this one. And these are all require Archive of the Expanse. Kiava Gamma will become the main data repository of the Expanse. Thousands of scribes register cargo, and the lenses of watchful cogitators process myriads of documents. Spend some mechanisms and people for profit, efficiency, and eyes of the Omnisire. Provides void ship with targeting data, granting 92% hit chance with 15% critical hit chance. That's pretty good. We will start out with Orbital Shipyard. Zarkov. Your ladyship, we have been approached by the Explorators. Adeptus Mechanicus Genitors have developed a theory that the Drovers were artificially created, and now they are requesting permission to study the flora and fauna of Zarkov. 3 tech priests are ready to lead the research congregation. They each have their own goals. Xenobiologist Oxilda Tavanti is mainly interested in the mysteries of genetic engineering. Magus Tau Phi 0098 is primarily known for using his research to purge threats facing humanity. Kaistor Shaiga urges consideration of the benefits that could be derived from Zarkov. Tell me more about these genitors. Oxilda Tavanti is primarily interested in the origin of species, the mechanisms of evolution, and in interfering with its course. The vast majority of her interests find no practical application. Then again, her devotion to the quest for knowledge sometimes leads to breakthroughs in biological mysteries. Tau Phi 0098 once began his journey as a specialist assigned to the Astra Militarum. I suppose that is what left its mark on him. Since then, all his research has focused on combating nature and the creatures of various planets and biomes. He is seeking to expand humanity's habitable space, so his work is practical in nature. Kaistor Shaiga is teetering on the brink of being declared a heretic. I've also come across references to his ties to the coal trade and the Kasbalika mission. However, he has never crossed the line, or at least he has never been caught. Here's my problem in this situation, and you can kind of explain your way to an explanation, but really, realistically, what I do in this situation is be like, I invite all 3, let them each do their thing, assign some kind of officer to liaison between them and make any calls if they get in each other's way. But why not have all of them working for humanity's benefit? But I do realize this is a game, and we have to have game-like decisions. Let's see what my... Okay, so before I ask for counsel, Iagan is going to be in favor of Kaistor Shaiga. Pascal is going to be in favor of Oxilda Tavanti. I don't know who's going to be in favor of Tau Phi. Maybe Solomon. Let's see. I was wrong. The analysis of the situation is complete. The conclusions are definitive. Zarkov is a highly dangerous world. The cycle of drover attacks must be disrupted. Allow Magus Tau Phi 0098 to lead the research efforts and secure the colony. I stand ready to initiate an exchange of knowledge and grant access to the tools of pious eradication from my personal archives. Shireen, Shireen, do not pass up this chance to make some coin. Kaistor Shaiga is a name I know well. I'm sure he shall not disappoint. His business acumen is astonishing for a tech priest, and his agile mind would put any other coal trader to shame. Even simply being acquainted with him has its benefits, which means we will find plenty of fortune hunters and mercenaries we can send off on dangerous missions instead of your subjects.
I should note that I had occasion to work with Oxilda on Stygius 8. Genitor Majoris Tavanti possesses a keen intellect, and her competence is beyond doubt. In her research, she is apt to grasp the very essence of the subject under investigation, not confining herself to superficial judgments. As such, when collaborating with her, we can be confident that the fruits of her work will be reliable and comprehensive. As for the practical application of those findings, you may leave that to me.
Ooh. This is hard, because I kind of want all of these. So because we are going Iconoclast, and because I want to commit to role-playing that, I am making the choice of going with the one who is going to focus on making the planet safer, because I want to look after and protect my subjects. That is my reasoning. You're right, Pascal. Work with Magus Tau Phi 0098 to defend the colony.
Petition registered and approved. I am anticipating the opportunity to exchange knowledge with a brother of the faith.
I spend mechanisms and weapons, and I gain reputation with explorators.
A wise decision, your ladyship. Your devotion to the welfare of your subjects truly knows no bounds.
The first Adeptus Mechanicus forces soon made planetfall on Zarkov, and their complex machinery was roused to wakefulness by the chanting of binaric prayers. Under the hard eyes of the Moravians, the Magus-led Genitors began preparations for their investigation. Ooh, that gave me Militarium Imperialis gave me efficiency and security. Okay, so I am way behind on Zarkov because I got Zarkov a little late, so we're still doing Tier 2 and Tier 3 stuff here. We just finished Militarum Imperialis. Which gives conditioning to my retinue. Ooh, yes. So what rank 3 do we have available? We cannot crusade for lost gifts because we haven't done Shadows of Zarkov. We can do Enemy of My Enemy. Planet like a withering plague, turning native species to dust, exposing hidden deposits of rare metal. Whiskey Proof Gaming, hello, welcome. And Nittler, welcome to you as well. You do like the build up to Stygian 8 being a DLC? Ooh, that could be an exciting DLC. Security and complacency. Energy of his wrath. We're not gonna do that, I don't think. I actually like Crusade for Lost Gifts. Ooh, that seems really good. But I need Shadows of Zarkov, and I can't do Shadows of Zarkov because I blocked it with Militarum Imperialis. Okay. Oculus Station. Ooh, Navy Rep. We are looking to get some more Navy Rep.
That seems like a really good idea, actually. Second to none. Send people to the Fellowship of the Void. I don't like that. Let us patent. Legitimizing the governor's authority with a noble title. That makes sense to me. Protectorate-wide complacency. That sounds good. Frontier conquest. Ooh, that'd be like 1 point of deflection, but that's still good. Prometheum rigs. And mechanisms on plasteel for... Oh my god, a shit ton of Prometheum. Frontier transport. Swift flying machines with razor sharp blades. Kind of expensive. Pretty good though. This engine... Not sure about this engine. We will be starting out here with an Oculus station, I think. Unless I want to go straight into a tier 3. Complacency. It's not too expensive. I think we're gonna do... We're gonna do Let Us Patent first. Cost me 2 profit factor, that is okay. Alright. We are an hour into the stream. We started the stream in this system. It's time to actually land on Dargonus and start doing stuff. Alright, who am I bringing with me? Abelard is obligatory. I am fine with that. I want to bring Kibella as well, because we're pursuing her quest. Who else? Let's see. I'm talking to them. And I am looking into the issues. I think Cassia and Solomon and maybe Eargun are going to be helpful on this one. Which also means that before we do anything else, we are going to do a little bit of leveling up. And I am also just now realizing that I got so caught up in the game that I just played through a ad break, which is a problem because I kind of have to pee. So before we continue, I'm just going to take a quick break. I'm just going to quickly run to the bathroom, piss, and come back. So in the meantime, grab yourself a snack, grab yourself a drink, stretch your legs, do whatever you need to do. I will be right back.
And back. Oh, what's going on here? No need to crowd around. Governor Drivestem will take care of everything. This is ridiculous. Such a thing happening right in the Rogue Trader's palace. Is there an internal power struggle? What's going on here? Still in a cutscene. You are confronted by the sight of dead bodies at the entrance to the palace. The corpses have been hauled into a pile. Some are dressed in the uniforms of palace wardens, while others are arrayed in the clothing typical of the Draconis nobility. Upon seeing you, the young enforcer stands at attention and swallows noisily. His voice trembles as he says, "Your ladyship, we are honored by your presence." Let's examine these assailants. The bodies of the assailants are studded with many augmetics, but upon closer inspection you realize that they are not merely implants. Their construction makes it clear that the deceased were not humans, but in fact rare, high-functioning servitors. Abelard frowns. As far as I know, House Gaprak has received such servitors from the Crimson Priesthood as gifts in the past. Although this is my first time seeing one myself. Enforcer, what is this mess? You see, your ladyship, these people wanted to attack... The warden clears his throat. Second Lieutenant of the Palace Guard, Elam White, reporting. Shortly before you arrived, we averted an assassination attempt on the rogue trader. The palace soldiers detected intruders and engaged them in combat. Where is the court chancellor, Clementia Wassarian? I think she's with the rest of House Wassarian, detained in the throne room, that is. Governor Drivestem has gathered all of Draconis nobility there to pronounce a guilty verdict against House Wassarian. Why is the governor not here to greet the rogue trader? I do not know, your ladyship. Perhaps he is... throws a fearful glance at Abelard. You can probably find him in the throne room, where the governor intends to put House Wassarian on trial. Alright, I must take my leave. Bodies bear multiple wounds. It is evident that they died recently. Crumpled up letter inside the pocket of an assailant's blood-soaked jacket. Letter, you say? The letter is soaked with blood. Only a portion of the text is readable through the crimson blotches. Full and discreet. Keep away from the lords and ladies. You must look like a noble to the servants and wardens. Do not engage in conversation with anyone. Your task is to avoid exposing yourself ahead of time and let the Wassarians get away while the wardens are busy guarding the rogue trader. Let the Wassarians get away. Interesting. Interesting. Alright, let me just level up these two people. Oh god, so many levels. Take that. Armor of Contempt. No. No.
I think Barry's a cutie. Yeah.
Thank you for that, Mary. Also, welcome. How you doing? Mods, can we get a shout out for our good friend Mericlin? Who is slowly crushing speedrunning Elden Ring. Hope I've been doing well. I've been struggling a little bit, Mary. My mental health has been a little bit all over the place, but overall I'm good. I'm thriving. How about you? How you doing? Hella busy lately, lurked a lot, haven't had a lot of chances to chat. Totally fair. We love our lurkers. Whenever an ally... Do that. Let's give her more awareness. Open to the warp. Perilous ways. I don't move them. Take that. And let's take fellowship. Hear about the mental health. Been there many times. Just know that bears are... Oh, thank you, Mary. It's fine. It's, you know, I've been struggling with my mental health for a long time, so it's kind of old hat. It's like... I know the dance. I know what to do. I know how to get myself through it. Let's take some more fellowship for her officer abilities. Air of authority seems good. Oh, I'll give her... You know what? I'll give her move. And then we take low warp. And then we take... Usually catch it early on and redirect. Sometimes it takes Haley pointing it out to you. Yeah, it's just... For me, it's just life. That's just what life is like. It's just the usual ups and downs. Take that. Then we take... What do we have here? Take that.
Pizza time.
That's a good thing to try and keep in mind, Mary. Oh god, even more ranks for this guy. I'm gonna take off my glasses for this, because all this reading is getting a little eye strainy. Let's do a reserve optimization. That. For every enemy damaged by them this combat. God damn it, Telcree. Right in the middle of this? I'm not gonna do those squats. I'm gonna do them after I'm done leveling up. Remind me. Because I'm in the headspace right now. I don't want to be taken out of it. I want to get this over with first. Let's do flesh wounds.
My lord, reinforcements have arrived.
Reinforcements? Grail Draven, hello, welcome on in. I see you were playing Rogue Trader. How far are you into the game? How are you doing? How are you enjoying it? And thank you for the raid, of course.
do that. You're in the second part? Ooh, I spent like 100 hours on Chapter 2. I enjoyed Chapter 2 so much. I'll do tech use. The only thing is I'm getting a little bit leveled up by all the leveling up. A little bit overwhelmed by that. Because right now I'm using 2 characters I haven't used in a while, so I have to do like 8 level ups for each of them. Oh, second playthrough, not second part. My mistake. Did a dogmatic playthrough first time. This is my first playthrough. I am in the early parts of Chapter 4. And other than all the leveling up being a little bit of a chore, I am really enjoying this. This might be my favorite game. And thank you for the follow!
Praise be, my lord. Another able warrior has joined our cause.
You know what? I should be a good host, and I should give you a follow back so that I can catch you streaming sometime. There we go. Oh, didn't mean to pin that. This is my first Owlcat Games game. It kind of is and it isn't. I've played a little bit of Pathfinder Kingmaker off stream, and then I abandoned it because I decided that I wanted to stream it, but then I never got around to streaming it. So this is the first Owlcat Games game that I have played for more than, let's say, 2-3 hours. Unseenable, thank you for the follow.
Praise be, my lord. Another able warrior has joined our cause.
You've played them all. Other than Kingmaker and Wrath of the Righteous, and then Rogue Trader and Dark Heresy, which is coming out, what else have they done? Sure. We'll give him, or is he on toughness? Yeah, 5 points of toughness would be good. Super excited for Dark Heresy. Me too. I probably won't get around to playing it until next year, but I am definitely streaming it. Everything I've heard about it just makes it sound amazing. What does Lost Energy do? Oh, no. Let's just advance his tech use. So I started getting into 40k probably around 1992, 1993. I have close to 4,000 points of Space Marines. I have probably close to 3,000 points of Death Guard. I used to have an Orc army. I no longer do. I used to have Eldar. I no longer do. I used to have Tyranids. I got rid of them and then started getting into Tyranids again. So I have a little bit of Tyranids, but not enough for an army. And I haven't really read any or many of the novels. I've mostly read up on the lore through reading codices and through reading stuff like Lexicanum, but I haven't gotten really big into the fiction of the 40k universe. Also, Telcree, I haven't forgotten about those squats. I will get to them as soon as I am done with this leveling up. I promise. Not himself. For 1 round, increasing armor and damage dealt. Repair Mechadendrite. Break their ranks. Get back in the fight. Let's do break the ranks. Oh, he's also an officer? Oh, I have too many officers in this party. This is a bad comp. All about the lore. Own most of the games across 3 platforms now. Fair. Bathhouse, no meat of the true rulers, the Necrons. Necrons are really cool. If I had unlimited time, energy, and money, I would definitely also collect a Necron army. They are very cool. Sure. And unflinching, I think. Yeah, I was kind of guessing my way through it. Unseenable. I was like, I think they like Necrons. I like Necrons too. Let's go with that. You have 600 points of Imperial Fists, and you started an Orc army. Nice. Wait, 600. Is that a typo? Do you mean 6,000? I mean, there's nothing wrong with having 600 points. That's just not a lot. Alright, so before we go any further, I have a channel redeem to make me get up and do some squats just to get the blood flowing and not sit still for hours at a time. And Telcree redeemed that while I was in the middle of leveling up right before your raid came in. So I'm just going to do some squats, and then we will get back to the game. So Telcree, you said you were joining me for these? Let's go! That's 8, and 9, and 10, and 1 bonus. You just started getting models? Oh, I see! Health was south. Haven't had a chance to get more. I am sorry to hear that, Grail. Also, I'm not going to say your entire name. That's a bit of a mouthful. Do you prefer if I say Grail or if I say Draven? Because either one's fine by me. Either's fine, alright. Probably just say Grail then, because it's first. Work them glutes. I actually have to go, well, have to. I really want to go to the gym tomorrow, and if I do so, it's gonna be leg day. So I'm really gonna work the glutes. Favorite character from 40k? I know you asked chat, not me. I think for me it's Caiaphas Cain. I've only read one of the Caiaphas Cain novels, but I just really like him. I like his personality, I like him conceptually, I like him as a character. Play Gladius, play cool armies in Battle Sector. I haven't tried either of those two. Wait, hold on. What is this one called? Oh, no, I have played Gladius. Gladius is fun. Gladius is the one that's, in my mind, kind of like Civilization, but 40k, I really like that one. Want to do the 200 squats training plan with you? That sounds horrible, Diamondback. What is that? You're tired of everyone shitting on Robot Gilliman? So Trazen, Maximilian Boss, just for being short. Short Space Marines who overcompensated by becoming wide. I haven't read anything with Trazen yet, which is why I haven't set him as my favorite character. I need to read The Infinite and the Divine, because I think I will love Trazen once I actually get acquainted with them. Trains you up to being able to do 200 bodyweight squats in a go? Nah. Thanks for the offer, but nah. I'd rather train to do weighted squats. I really like having a bar across my shoulders. Did day 1 today? Almost fell on your face getting out of your truck. Well, I hope you're able to make it to the end. Which Warhammer video game is closest to tabletop? I actually don't know. SP the Ghost. I haven't played any Warhammer video games that were close to the tabletop. Well, I haven't played any Warhammer 40k games that were close to the tabletop. The Mordheim game, if you're into that, is very tabletop inspired. Oh, this place has been cleaned up since the Drukhari attack.
I used to dream of visiting a feudal world, a land straight out of the pages of heroic chronicles. But now I dream of forgetting that place. The sooner the better.
It pains me to say this, but I believe visiting Thassara was beneficial for you. Such experiences greatly expand one's horizons.
Oh, looks like we have a situation here. Let me through. I have an appointment with Chancellor Clementia Wassarian. My apologies, my lord, but you cannot go any further. Governor Drivestem's orders. This is ridiculous. I shall complain. Are any of them similar to XCOM 2 type gameplay? I feel like Rogue Trader's combat is pretty XCOM-like. It's just that there is a lot of other stuff in this game that isn't combat. Your ladyship, 'tis an honor. Governor Urban Drivestem seems to materialize out of thin air, so suddenly does he emerge from the crowd. I regret that such unfortunate circumstances have occasioned the rogue trader's visit to the capital. Clementia tries to take a step forward, but the warden nearby stops her. Her face is veiled with fear and weariness. Your ladyship, you're here. Please, you must hear us out. The rogue trader is undoubtedly here to listen to the testimony of each and every one of us, and to punish the traitors. The governor's words, directed at Clementia, are harsh. They are echoed by the scornful sneers and whispers of the assembled nobles. Joke's on you, I like Abelard so much I am prepared to execute the entire nobility of Dagonas and put the Wassarians in charge. Hey Mary! Congrats on the level up. Oh yeah, Mary, since you were here last, I changed the dungeon system. Your level is now permanent. You level up from stream to stream and can get to ascend. Let me just get something for you. This link has the breakdown of how the system works. You can also do boss fights. We have known each other for many decades now, and we have had our fair share of disagreements. But do you really think my flesh and blood would trample upon the very definition of honor and loyalty? Abelard's voice is quivering with with rage. Know what you're doing on your lunch break now? Abelard, put your family in control of the planet and tell me after for which reasons the other families got removed. Ooh, Nittler, you made it to level 20! Congratulations! Okay.
So I need to lock in a little bit because I don't want to fuck this up. What are the charges against House Warsarian? Disruption of logistical lines, bribery of Adeptus Administratum officials, document forgery, and organization of heretical insurrections. On top of the evidently devastating economic impact this has had on your protectorate, these criminal acts have impeded the delivery of the imperial tithe, which in turn has drawn the Administratum's attention. Ooh, that's bad. You don't fuck with the tithe. Needless to say, the esteemed Adeptus Arbites cannot ignore this situation either, and before their representatives arrive at the palace, we are obligated to identify and punish those responsible. I am already here, which means the Adeptus Arbites has started its official inquiry. You may cool your enthusiasm, Governor. You are already too late to rectify your mistakes. I knew bringing Solomon would be right for this situation. Oh shit, Mary lost an eye. I'm sorry, Mary. Ava is no joke, especially if you haven't made her visible. I should have done more research first. Alright, Clementia, I wish to hear your account. Your Ladyship, House Warsarian denies all charges laid against it. Clementia glances at the governor with defiance. These last few months have indeed been trying for Dagonas, but we have done our best to remedy the situation. My family's every effort was focused on stabilizing the capital's logistics and economy, so much so that we failed to notice the web of intrigue unfolding behind our backs. What happened on Dagonas in my absence? When we caught wind of the rumors of your disappearance, we patiently awaited news of your return, but then Dagonas was struck by a series of terrible events. The first was the sabotage of logistics that hampered shipments. Then, mass unrest spread across the entire planet, and the minor noble houses began squabbling among themselves, trying to pin the blame on their rivals. We took great pains to calm them down and managed to quash the revolt, though not without some outside help, unfortunately. These events have also been overshadowed by the... I'm ashamed to even say it aloud in front of you, your ladyship. The rumors circulating among the higher houses. The governor stammers, then takes a deep breath. Some were calling for Theodora's true heir to be installed as head of your house, Kunrad Voitvir. Not all of your subjects have forgotten his past efforts for the benefit of the trade protectorate. Drivestem stops talking, watching you with a tense expression. When the investigation was launched, the evidence led us to the Warsarians. Why are there dead bodies at the entrance to my palace? Your ladyship, I humbly beg your pardon. Drivestem bows once again, trying to placate you. You see, right before your arrival, the palace guard discovered a plot to assassinate you. Fortunately, the malefactors were disposed of before they could cause you any harm. Got an Eton vibe? Alright, Grail. Thank you again for the raid. Have a nice meal. And hopefully I'll see you around. Drivestem, you aren't accusing one of Dagonas' leading noble houses of treason without airtight evidence, are you? Of course I have evidence, your ladyship. The investigation has established that members of the Warsarian family, which is responsible for both Dagonas' fleet and its logistics, used their contacts and influence to forge a host of documents in order to undermine the planet's supply routes and economy, thus fomenting unrest among the inhabitants. Allow me to introduce my son Cornelius. The governor points to the lanky young man standing beside him. He bows curtly, but avoids meeting your eye. Cornelius holds a prestigious position at the Administratum Palace, and it is thanks to him that we managed to identify and trace the entire chain of forged documents. The investigation led us to the perpetrators, who admitted to acting on the orders of members of House Warsarian. It was they who were intent on spreading the idea of restoring the title of rogue trader to the so-called true heir. This young man is shrouded in a mist of grey and blue.
Sickly shadows of fear are fluttering around him. Cassia speaks so quietly that only you can hear her. Do you support the governor's accusations? Oh, Ghost!
Praise
Thank you for the
be, my
follow.
lord. Another able warrior has joined our cause.
The aristocrats in attendance exchange glances, the noble lords averting their gazes and the noble ladies hiding behind the fans. No one is willing to be the first to answer. Macarius Sourback. Over his many years of service, Governor Drivestem earned Theodora's trust, and he holds his high office for a reason. Sourback's tone is stern and imperious. On behalf of House Sourback, I support his accusations. Toriana Gaprak. Your ladyship, Governor Drivestem has always faithfully served the rogue traders of House von Valancius and concerned himself with the future of your trade dynasty. And so, House Gaprak thinks his charges against House Wasserian to be sound. The augmetics hide Toriana's emotion, but her voice sounds slightly timorous. What is timorous? That is not a word I'm familiar with. Timorous. Showing or suffering from nervousness, fear, or a lack of confidence. So from the same root as timid. That's what I thought, but I didn't want to assume. I humbly ask that you allow me to speak in defense of my family's honor. The evidence provided by the governor is utterly false. I cannot refute it, but I can say with confidence that no one from my family has ever tried to forge documents in the Adeptus Administratum, let alone undermine the economy of your capital. Sabotaging logistics, riots, conspiracy. The case appears to be flimsy. I wish to learn more before I make my final decision. As you wish, your ladyship. The governor inclines his head in a stiff bow. Speak to me when you are ready to announce your verdict. Thank you for your willingness to help, Lord Captain. I am certain that all the charges are false, and I would be grateful for your help in exposing them as such. I think you should speak to everyone present, the noble lords and ladies.
Oh shit, we're doing an investigation now.
Let's just have a look at who is available. Who is available? Oh, they're over here. Some tech priests, tending to some servitors, Gapraks. The Sourbacks. So that's the Gapraks and the Sourbacks. Who else is around? Well, I'm going to start by checking over here. Oh, the drive stems. So we have the drive stems, the Gapraks, and the Sourbacks, it seems. And before talking to any of them, I'm just going to go around and see that I haven't missed anyone. So, drive stems.
A new challenge for me.
Oh, we have the Wasserians up here. Definitely need to speak to those as well. What do we have over here? Just some random aristocrats. They probably don't have anything to say. Seem to be ordinary low-ranking aristocrats. The tasteless, gaudy clothes. They pulled out weapons. Goodness gracious. Oh, they're investigating the attack. Okay. Alright. Well, I am going to start by talking to the Wasserians. Probably only the named ones. Syrian aristocrat, Syrian aristocrat. There's Clementia and Astatia. Start by talking to Astatia. Your ladyship, these accusations against my family simply make no sense. I humbly beseech that you speak with Clementia. We're Syrians? They're Syrians. It's very clever. It's a very clever sense. As you draw closer, the wardens step aside, bowing respectfully, allowing you to approach the Wasserian family. Clementia, tired and slightly disheveled, is the first to bow her head to you in deference. Several men and women behind her follow suit. Your ladyship, the woman stammers, as if lost for words. Accept my most humble apologies for failing to greet you properly, and my thanks for agreeing to speak to me before you make your final decision. The charges brought by the governor are severe, but I can only assure you of this and swear by my own honor. We are not guilty of the crimes that House Wasserian has been accused of. Clementia. A hint of sorrow creeps into Abelard's voice, belying his stern facade. You were acting as head of this family. You were supposed to take care of each and every family member. And now you are being accused of treason and collusion against the rogue trader, and the entire family is facing death. How could you have let this happen? This is fascinating. The governor claims you forged documents in the administratum. The fleet is the primary remit of House Wasserian. It is our responsibility. Logistics and supply routes are another area of our responsibility. We have no direct influence on the inner workings of the Adeptus Administratum. The first large-scale deliveries were cancelled after quantities of food were miscalculated by clerks in the Administratum. Then we were faced with incorrect weather data and a meager fuel budget. It was clear that the cause of all these problems was the calculations performed in the Administratum in one way or another, but no matter how many times we asked, we could not ever obtain any clarification on the matter. I found this letter on one of the bodies of the heretics who planned the attack. What can you tell me about it? Clementia reads the letter. The Wasserians behind her read it over her shoulder. Your ladyship, let us be frank. It would be foolish of me to try and orchestrate something like this, knowing how many wardens are patrolling your palace. I would not have let myself or anyone in my family get involved in such a scheme. These attackers were high-functioning servitors, ones that look closer to ordinary humans. Do you know anything about them? Servitors? Is that so? Clementia crosses her arms and furrows her brow, deep in thought. I have encountered servitors that were indistinguishable from normal augmented humans, but only once. They were accompanying several members of House Gaprak. If you're not guilty, who is? Who stands to gain from framing you? Anyone, really, Clementia replies, with a bitter laugh. The other houses consider us unworthy of our position, and many would jump at the chance to get rid of us and gain control over what once was our domain, the planet's fleet and logistics at the very least. Lady Theodora chose to grant noble status to House Wasserian, but the other houses, which have served in the Expanse for millennia, did not welcome the decision. It has led to some difficulties. I want to find out what is going on here, and who the real mastermind behind all this is. Where should I start? I'm afraid I cannot be of much help. Talk to the representatives of other houses, eavesdrop on their retinue, and perhaps you will hear something unusual. Alright, I'm going to go do that. Starting with House Drivestem.
None shall stand in my way.
Drivestem aristocrat, Drivestem aristocrat. Cornelius, Urban. Governor Drivestem is surrounded by his retinue, who are all dressed in expensive gowns and finery. The matching color scheme of their outfits and the striking physical resemblance among them suggests that they all come from one family. Your ladyship, thank you for giving this case your undivided attention. The governor bows, and the rest hasten to follow suit. I wish to hear your reasoning again. What makes you think the Wersarians are behind this plot against me? As soon as the logistical and economic problems gave rise to the initial rumors, we tried to find the person responsible for spreading the calls for Voidvir's returns. The investigation showed that some of the documents inside the Adeptus Administratum were forgeries. We can thank my son Cornelius for such astute observations. Your ladyship? A slender young man bows to you awkwardly and nervously licks his dry lips. I assure you that my humble person is undeserving of your attention. Cornelius holds a prestigious position at the Administratum Palace, and it was he who discovered the errors leading to the disrupted logistics. It is also thanks to him that we found the perpetrators of the forgeries, who admitted to acting on the orders of House Wersarian. What do you make of this letter? I found it on one of the assailants. Governor Drivestem peers closely at the bloodstained paper. It looks like another piece of evidence incriminating House Wersarian. Perhaps they truly did intend to kill you, or at least cause a stir to help them escape custody during the confusion that follows. All of the assailants were high-functioning servitors. Such servitors are only employed by families close to the Adeptus Mechanicus. High-functioning servitors? Drivestem ponders this, rubbing his chin with his thumb. Such servitors are indeed rare, and the Gapraks do have them in their service, but this could have been done intentionally with an eye to confusing you. Anyone with the desire and sufficient funds can hire them. Alright, tell me more about your son, Drivestem. Thank you for your interest, your ladyship, but I am not worthy of... The governor's son bows, and stands still as he nervously stares down at the floor. Son, show due respect. Forgive him, your ladyship. This is the first time he has had the honor of attracting the attention of the rogue trader. Ooh, a dragon rider. Tell me more about your job, Cornelius. What do you do? I manage the documents and records related to the economy of Dagonas. You probably know how scrupulous the workers of the Adeptus Administratum are. I'm afraid that a more detailed explanation of my duties would mirror the administrative processes of the Administratum, too long and overly detailed. Cornelius tries to look you in the eye, but it is clearly hard for him to do. Hey, Diamondback! Congratulations on your second ascension! How did you manage to find the forged documents in the bureaucratic hell that is the Administratum? When compiling reports on the last cycle's supply chain, I noticed inaccuracies and discrepancies in the figures. With the help of the other clerks, I managed to find several other documents. Cornelius stammers and swallows noisily. Comprehensive data analysis has shown that the discrepancies were caused by intentional tampering with the data, thus leading to some logistical problems that were practically unsolvable. Father and I have managed to single out the Administratum clerks responsible for tampering with the data. Following a heated interrogation, they confessed that they were following the orders of someone from House Wersarian. Everything was supposed to look as though they were the ones suffering losses from logistical and economic problems. Ah. But does House Wersarian have access to the Adeptus Administratum? There's no conceivable way they could do all of this in a place where they do not hold any power. Before replying, the governor's son nervously adjusts his expensive frock coat. I think the right amount of money can open any door. Cornelius, what is the true reason for your nervousness? The young man's pupils suddenly dilate. He stands at attention and replies to you in one breath. This is the first time I've spoken face to face with the rogue trader. I'm afraid of saying something wrong or forgetting something important. The governor closely watches his son. His tone changes now, sounding strict and curt. Do you wish to tell the Lord Captain anything else? You're speaking to a rogue trader, and my patience is running out. You see a flash of terror in Cornelius's eyes as he stares at your hand on your weapon. He speaks quietly and confusedly without raising his head. Forgive me, your ladyship. I can't do it anymore. The lie has gone too far, and I can no longer control it. The truth is all of the logistical problems were caused by a single error in the numbers. My mistake. What? Urban looks genuinely shocked and enraged. When I discovered my mistake, it was almost impossible to restore the supply lines. Then I was approached by someone who said they were a friend. They did not give me their name and I never saw their face. They promised to fix the problem. All I had to do was pretend that the Wersarians were responsible for the mistake. And as for the rest of the evidence, they promised to arrange it all and... Cornelius is suffocating with fear, unable to speak. Urban curls his hands into fists, the knuckles turning white. What have you done? How could you? Your ladyship, he suddenly turns to you, as if trying to shield his son. This is my fault. I trusted my son, and have failed you in doing so. I beg you, have mercy. What do you think, chat? Should we have mercy? How merciful should we be? Hell no. What type of playthrough am I doing? Hardline Iconoclast. I am doing a goody two-shoes nice guy playthrough. So here's what I'm definitely not going to do. I'm not going to have the governor and his son and their family executed or anything like that. However, if I have the opportunity, I might depose Drivestem as governor and give the governorship to the Wersarians, because I am very loyal to the Wersarians. We'll see what options I actually get. Abelard shakes his head. And you called my family's honor into question, Urban. Nevertheless, I harbor no desire to kick a man when he is down. Lord Captain, the confession you obtained means that House Wersarian can now be cleared of all charges. But we still do not know who was behind the forgeries, the riots, the plot, and the assassination attempt. Someone is committing their foul deeds and sowing chaos right under your subjects' noses. To leave that stone unturned would be dangerous. Cornelius Drivestem, I hereby sentence you to death immediately. Yeah, that is exactly what I'm not going to do. What is this friend that approached you, Cornelius? How did the two of you communicate? By letter. I received a letter out of the blue one day. It was unsigned, but the person writing already knew about my erroneous calculations. They offered to help me cover up my misdeed, and in return I would name the Wersarians as the ones who had sabotaged the supply lines. All I had to do was gather together some documents and reports that were listed in one of the letters. That and keep my mouth shut. Urban, your son has found the courage to admit his mistake. I will try and find some compassion for him in my heart. Thank you, your ladyship. The governor bows low, then gives his son a look full of bitterness and frustration. And as for your position, I think you will be reassigned to a role requiring less responsibility. Right, we shall return to you later. This is fun. I like this. Okay, ads are supposed to start in 5 minutes. However, my bladder is tingling. For those of you new here, people tease me and call me the tiny bladder man because I do go to pee a lot. So I'm gonna go pee, grab myself another monster, run the ads 5 minutes early just to get them out of the way. So grab yourself a drink, stretch your legs, go pee, do whatever you need to do, and I will be right back.
Alright, I am back. Also, Sans, that is a great summary of Drivestem. At least my impression of him. Alright, so we're just going to wait another minute for ads to be done so everyone can follow and see what's happening. In the meantime, I am going to fight a boss. There we go! Ava, the king's pet, has been removed. And I will set up a new boss for the rest of you. So anyone wants to fight a boss, you can fight Dancer of the Boreal Valley. Ooh, Timora. Easy clap. Well done, Nittler. Alright. Ads are about to end, so let's get back into it. Let's go talk to the other delegations. Etka, Macarius, Regina. Before bowing, Sauerback scrutinizes you with a bitter, judgmental look. Your ladyship? Heteka Sauerback, looking like a younger copy of his father, stands at a slight distance close to his mother. An expensive, yet understated dress serves to highlight the dazzling beauty of Macarius's wife, Regina Sauerback. Do you really believe the Wersarians are guilty? Certainly, Sauerback replies without hesitation. Governor Drivestem possesses proof of their guilt, and they have no means by which to refute it. Even if I were to entertain the idea that the Wersarians are being framed, how much longer would their house have lasted anyway, if it is so ill-prepared for treachery? He addresses Abelard with a slightly mocking tone. My advice to House Wersarian would be not to appeal to the rogue trader for help, but instead to simply stop, accept their fate, and not make matters worse for themselves. Man, Macarius Sauerback sure is likable, huh? What a guy. Ooh, one's very full. Cheers.
You gotta unleash the beast.
Oh my god, 6-7, 6-7! I cannot remember Teophania von Valancia seeking your advice on what House Wersarian should do in this situation. Pay attention, Macarius. Focus on the rogue trader's questions. Goon Captain Raven, hello, welcome on in. Did I see you last night in Cam's stream? Is that where I know you from? I've seen you around, for sure. Also, Gandalf, welcome. Hello. Also, I love the name, Goon Captain Raven. I think it's a funny name. Who, apart from the Wersarians, could have a motive to conspire against me? House Drivestem, wishing to expand their clout. House Gaprak, who lost their influence after the Kiava Gamma incident. Sauerback looks back at his family, then turns to you again. House Sauerback, whose patriarch is too direct in his communication with the rogue trader. Anyone could have a reason to conspire against you, and equally they could have none. It's not a question of motive, but of loyalty. Each of your subjects has sworn an oath of loyalty to you, so whose sincerity do you doubt? Don't think it was Cam's stream? Was it Cerber's stream? Oh, it could be Cerber's stream. I was hanging out in Cerber's stream last night as well. I kind of made the rounds to a few different...
The assailants sent to the palace were rare, high-functioning servitors. Do you think the Gapraks could be behind the attack? Sauerback looks away briefly and replies to you with a curt laugh. I've always thought Toriana too weak to participate in such risky ventures, but it seems I was wrong about her. Alright. Alright, let us speak to the Gapraks. Pretty much always in Cerberus chat. That's probably where I saw you then. The lords and ladies, sumptuously dressed in the colors of House Gaprak, are standing in a half-circle around Toriana and her son Vicent. The bodies and faces of almost every member of this dynasty are carved in large, ornate augmetics. Toriana Gaprak curtsies to you. Her mechanical voice sounds distant and indifferent. Greetings, your ladyship. May the Omnissiah grant you understanding. With a swift click, her visor oculars swivel to the seneschal. Abelard, it must be difficult for you to be here under these grave circumstances, with your house standing accused of such a grave crime. My family, Lady Toriana, is yet to be found guilty of anything. That verdict is for the rogue trader to reach. Do you think the accusations against the Worsarian family are true? I would not take such a responsibility upon myself and rule on their guilt, your ladyship. I do think Governor Drivestem's accusations are worthy of consideration, however. Good to meet you. How are you enjoying Rogue Trader? I am loving it, Goon Captain Raven. I have my criticisms. The leveling up, I think the leveling up the RPG system is fine. It just gets a little overwhelming when you switch your team around and you put like 2 people into your team you haven't used in a while, and suddenly you have to level each of them up like 5 times in a row. I have to admit, when I have to do a lot of leveling up in a row, I mentally check out a little bit. I get a little impatient. I'm just like, I'm just going to pick this. I'm just going to pick this. Let's just get it over with. I would probably focus more in if I were playing on a higher difficulty, but I'm not really a difficulty guy. Chapter 3 took me out of it a little bit. Chapter 3 was good, but I enjoyed it markedly less than the rest of the game. I am in early Chapter 4. That said, all things considered, this game is a strong 9 out of 10 for me. Maybe 9.5 out of 10. It's my favorite 40k game, my favorite RPG, and I think it just might be just flat out my favorite game. I really like it. I'm really enjoying it. How about you? Have you played it? In your opinion, which nobles might have a reason to be party to such a conspiracy? She thinks for several moments before replying. Pardon my bluntness, your ladyship, but I will answer truthfully. It could be anyone. Greed, fear, and ideals can drive even the most loyal subjects to do the unthinkable. Can be very complicated. Glad you're enjoying it, though. I really am. I would say I've said my criticisms. I think the thing I like the best about this game is how it portrays the Imperium. Like, yes, the Imperium is this beleaguered bastion of humanity trying to hold back the tides of alien aggression and chaos corruption, but at the same time, it is just objectively and abjectly a horrible place with a lot of horrible people doing horrible things. And I love the dichotomy in that the Imperium are the good guys, but also very much bad guys. I love the grittiness of it. It feels, I mean, not realistic, it's very fantastical, but it feels very real. It has a lot of, I don't know, it has a lot of, like, visceral reality to it.
Played it, really enjoyed it too. Didn't complete your first playthrough because you were waiting for one of the DLCs and then you haven't gone back to it. Classic tale. A classic tale. I have the 3 DLCs that are currently out. I've really enjoyed all 3 of them so far. Eagon, I don't remember his last name, but it's very grounded in the universe. Thank you, Telcrete. That's exactly what I mean. The tech priest you get in the Infinite Museum DLC, I love his personality. He might be my favorite character in the entire game. It's awesome look at the 40k universe that you don't really get in a Space Marine game. Absolutely. Hard agree. Hard agree. And I'm really looking forward to playing Dark Heresy, which is basically this game made by the same people, but you play as an Inquisitor. That game, this might be me setting my expectations too high, but I am expecting Dark Heresy to be my highlight of 2027. Because I will stream it, but I probably won't have room in my schedule to stream it until next year. But I am looking forward to it so much. Partially because it's Dark Heresy, and partially because this game has built up my expectations. That or Total War, Warhammer 40k. I'm not really a Total War guy, Grail. I've played a couple of the other Total Wars, including Total War Warhammer, and it's just not my thing. I don't enjoy it. Anyway, let's get back into this. I found this note on the bodies of one of the attackers. What are your thoughts on it? Toriana's mechanical fingers grip the paper. Officially, high-functioning servitors are employed by my house and my house alone. If such units were to attack the rogue trader, suspicion would instantly fall upon the Gapraks. I assume this is what the Versarians intended to happen, but they did not expect that the servitors would have this letter on them. Well, that kind of makes this redundant. It's impossible to read Toriana's emotions in her heavily augmented face, but her sudden turn toward her family betrays her confusion and surprise. Perplexed whispers bounce from one family member to another. Impossible. We came here by ourselves without any servitors. We know nothing about it. Your ladyship, thank you for informing us of this. You are absolutely right. My house has indeed been endowed with high-functioning servitors, a blessing for those who revere the Omnisire. But today, none of our house members were accompanied by them. Vicent, I wish to speak to you. Ready to serve, your ladyship. How may I help you? What do you make of the charges against the Versarian family? Could they truly be guilty? I do not think I can doubt the validity of the accusations, but... Vicent's voice trails off, and he seems to retreat into himself for a moment. Before continuing, he takes a deep breath. I'm also not sure that House Versarian had a reason to betray you, your ladyship. I do not know of any instance where their loyalty to you and the Emperor was anything less than unwavering. I know you care for Astatia, Versarian. Are you prepared to watch her die? Vicent's jaw augmetic screeches slightly. The young man scrutinizes his mother and other family members for a moment. There is something you ought to know, your ladyship. Today, I noticed one of my family members to be in an odd, uncharacteristic mood. Halen Gaprak is my paternal second cousin once removed. May the Emperor save his soul. Usually reserved and self-possessed, today he was frantic and anxious, fidgeting with a small piece of paper, and seemingly looking for someone to no avail. When I last saw him, he was headed to the entrance hall, where the altars are. Perhaps you should talk to him. That will do. Thank you, Vicent. Vicent inclines his head in a respectful bow. I shall take my leave. The plot thickens. That said, when I can pick up Total War Warhammer 40k on, like, in a bundle or like on a sale, I'll probably grab it and give it a try. But I don't have high expectations for that game. Let me qualify that. I expect the game to be really good. That's not what I mean when I say I don't have high expectations. I expect it to be good. I just don't necessarily expect it to be my jam. Oh, there's Halen Gaprak. Just who I was looking for. Are we about to be attacked?
I won't tolerate weakness.
I won't tolerate weakness. Mr. Gaprak! Oh, thank you. A finely dressed man of middle years is kneeling in front of the altar, his palms folded in prayer close to his face. The implant-free parts of his skin are a sickly blue color. Oh, is he poisoned? The nobleman does not react to your presence. He does not lift his head, he does not blink, he does not even breathe. Only when you draw closer do you realize that he is dead. Sadly for you, it does not look great, and you like the Total War games? Ah, that's a shame. What's different about it that makes it look less good than a normal Total War game? Because I know you've played a lot of Total War Warhammer. Like, I have seen you on Steam play that a shitload. Abelard looks at the man, his eyes grim. The colors of House Gaprak. I do not believe he decided to take his own life in such an extravagant way. As far as I know, there is a warden post here, but I do not see any wardens. The Seneschal looks around. There's no one to ask about what happened here, or with whom this man spoke before he died. I would like to ask Urband where the palace guard suddenly disappeared to. Kybella quickly examines the body. This man was poisoned. A paralyzing toxin. The victim cannot scream, call for help, attract attention, or even breathe. A good tool for silent killing. I have made use of it in the past. Right, let's try examining the body. You closely examine the body. You cannot identify any wounds or any other obvious cause of death. Oh, but then because I had Kybella with me, her expertise kind of overruled the awareness test. That's cool. Let's search the pockets. You discover a secret pocket in the lining of the dead man's luxurious jacket. You find a folded piece of paper inside, hiding within a handkerchief embroidered with the initials HG. Make sure that the rogue trader is attacked by someone loyal. It should appear as if it was all staged to let the Wersarian family escape. This is the last assignment. Soon your debt will be paid off in full. I love this conspiracy shit. This is fun. Look around. You're almost certain the wardens are usually stationed nearby, but their post is empty. Where have they gone? This would be an excellent question to put to Governor Drivestem. Maybe these people over here know something. You, nobleman! Where did all the servants go? I want some wine. Alright, back to speak to Urband, I guess. How may I serve you, your ladyship? Are you ready to pronounce your verdict yet? I'll return to you later. Well, I guess we couldn't speak to him. Alright, does the, Still haven't found the culprit. Is there anything... Let's go back to, what's her name? Clementia. See if she has any input. Oh, she doesn't have anything new. Okay, so I'm missing something. I'm missing a piece of the puzzle.
It's about time.
What if I ask one of these wardens? Oh, here we go. Hello, servant. Your ladyship, are you leaving already? But everyone is waiting eagerly for your verdict. I humbly ask you to speak to Governor Drivestem before leaving. Oh. Oh, it's just that.
Follow my lead.
Let's have another look at that note. Maybe go back to the Gaprax? Try speaking to Vicent again? Here we go. I discovered a dead body, a member of your house, right here in my palace. He died kneeling in prayer. Toriana covers her open mouth with her hand in a surprise, and turning to her family, looks for someone among them. Halen, it can't be. Halen, was it? Tell me about him, Toriana. Halen is one of the lower-ranking members of House Gaprak. Despite his advanced age, he never held high office, but he was forever striving to better his position, even beyond his abilities. Many members of my house struggled to cope with the misfortune that befell Kiava Gamma and our family. Some members could not reconcile themselves to our new position. Halen was one of them. What could have happened to him? Toriana's visor oculars are fixed on the floor, her fingers restlessly clenching in the fabric of her dress. Toriana, the time to keep silent is long gone. The future of the Von Valancia's dynasty, trade dynasty, and your house are both at stake now. We lost Kiava Gamma, a truly devastating blow to every member of House Gaprak. I lost all hope for the future, and my kin lost their sense of purpose. We needed time to recover and chart a new course for ourselves. We were, and still are, more than capable of doing that. But I will not deny it. The other houses have offered us their assistance, for their own self-serving ends. Perhaps Halen decided to take them up on one of their offers behind my back. The seneschal bows ever so slightly and speaks quietly so only you can hear him. Lord Captain, the Gapraks, all, or perhaps only some of them, are definitely involved, but I suspect that they were not behind the plot against you. Halen Gaprak could be nothing more than a puppet in the hands of a deft puppet master. We must expose whoever that is if we are to prevent the pestilence of heresy from spreading any further. I'm listening. Interrogate the heads of the Drivestem and Sourback houses. One of them has been pulling the strings here. Once we uncover new evidence, announce that the guilty party will be publicly executed. Before you pronounce the verdict, I suggest focusing on each house in your indictment speech, and I shall observe them. I have known those people far longer than you have. I know all their gestures, habits, and behavioral quirks. I'm sure I will be able to determine which of them was responsible for the riots based on their behavior. Alright, I shall take my leave and go speak to Mr. Sourback again. See if he has anything new to say. Members of our Sourback, led by Macarius, all bear a striking resemblance to one another, with their slender builds and stern looks. They bow to you, almost in unison. I discovered a dead body in my palace. A man of House Gaprak was killed while praying to the Emperor. He had this note on him. Do you know anything about it? Macarius looks at the note without taking it from your hands and replies without hesitation. No, I know nothing about this note. All right. Let's see what Governor Drivestem has to offer. How may I serve you, your ladyship? Are you ready to pronounce your verdict yet? Did you see Halen Gaprak today before I arrived? Halen? I did not see him myself, but perhaps... The governor turns around and asks his family. Have any of you seen him today? The nobles talk quietly among themselves, and then a middle-aged woman with a tall, extravagant hairstyle replies to you. I think my sister and I saw him sitting on the bench some distance away from the palace's entrance. We think he was accompanied by a gentleman, but forgive us, your ladyship, we cannot make out his face. Lead me to that place. Of course, consider it done. Do I have to actually follow her myself? I do.
A new challenge for me. What is that?
I saw Lord Gaprak conversing with someone here, your ladyship. Thank you.
As it should be.
I recognize this bouquet. How Sourback usually serves this wine. Oh? So I found a bottle of wine. That was kind of unclear. Total War 40k looks like a degenerate and lesser version of its predecessor. So what, less detail, less options in the gameplay? Like a streamlined, simplified, dumbed down version? See if Macarius has anything new to say. No. See if the Gaprax have anything new to say. Nope. I think it might be time to announce the verdict. Let's try this one first. I found a dead body in my palace. A member of House Gaprak, slain in front of an altar. Do you know anything about it? A member of House Gaprak was killed in the palace. The governor's eyes bulge in surprise. And no one noticed. But how? There are wardens posted at every altar. There was no one near the deceased. The wardens had left their post. Did you order them to do so? Emperor forbid, your ladyship. Governor helplessly throws his hands up in the air, as if to signify his powerlessness. Well then, who did? Your negligence is stunning, Urban. An assassination attempt followed by a mysterious death, and yet here you are, oblivious to everything. The rogue trader can justly accuse you of allowing a noble to be killed in the palace, and of failing to even notice it. It may be so, but it is for the rogue trader to accuse me of negligence, not you. The governor addresses you once more. Your ladyship, accept my deepest apologies for my imprudence. Nothing matters more to me than my honor. I shall send servants to deal with this immediately. I shall return later. So now I am hoping that the wardens have come back and I can ask them who told them to go away.
Victory awaits.
No, still no wardens. Removes core mechanics from his previous games. That's a shame. Maybe something they're hoping to add back in later on. I don't know. That does sound like a shame. Maybe because 40k has gotten so popular recently, they're trying to make it more accessible to try and grab a new audience. Which I'm not defending it. I'm just trying to understand why it might be.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
These guys don't have anything to say. Do you have anything new to say? Probably don't. No. I'm guessing he doesn't either. So I'm gonna go talk to Clementia. And if she doesn't have anything to say either, then we're announcing verdict. And trying to do Abelard's Gambit. Oh, look at that guy in his naval uniform with his Napoleonic hat. Looks very startling. Very stylish. Oh, he had something new. I discovered the body of Halen Gaprak here in this palace. He had this note on him. Do you know anything about it? The younger members of the Wersarian family crowd around to examine the note in Clementia's hands. All present are beset with worry and bewilderment. I'm not sure if it's relevant, but perhaps you should know. Since the fall of Kiava Gamma, House Gaprak has been failing poorly, to say the least. They've been looking for ways to enhance their influence and to improve their lot, including asking for help from the other noble houses. They've not approached us, of course. It's shameful to seek help from those you consider your inferiors, you understand. But perhaps the drive stems or the sourbacks can tell you more about this matter. All right, thank you. Let's start with the drive stems. Although I think it's going to be the sourbacks, just on a pure feeling.
Follow my lead.
No, nothing. Doubt it'll be introduced, since even now there's no naval combat in newer Total War games. I mean, I can kind of understand why they would remove naval combat for 40k, since that was never really a large part of 40k. That part I actually do sort of understand. Are we at the end of our rope? I think we are. No one else has anything new to say. And I have a sneeze coming. Or maybe not. It's a teaser.
It's about time.
Okay, just wanted to check that. I think that's it. I think it's time to announce the verdict. Understood. Allow me to prepare everything. Many faces are watching you, each and every one awaiting the rogue trader's verdict with bated breath. The charges brought by Governor Drivestem were fabricated. House Wersarian had nothing to do with the orchestration of the riots or the plots targeting the rogue trader. However, the real perpetrators are here in this very room. Seychelles nods to you as if urging you to continue, then shifts his piercing gaze to the crowd before you. Okay, we're gonna start with this one. Urban Drivestem. You have accused House Warsarian of violations that were, in truth, the result of a grave error committed by your son. Governor closes his eyes, fear and shame getting the better of him. Some faces in the crowd look confused and surprised, but you see more wearing expressions of self-satisfied contempt. Abelard looks from the governor to you and subtly shakes his head, as if saying, no, it's not Drivestem pulling the strings here. Toriana Gaprak. A member of your family orchestrated an assassination attempt against me, here, in my own palace. And though he has already been found dead, his act is reason... Oh, no, I am not doing that. I'm not doing that. Urban Drivestem, you have exhibited inexcusable negligence by failing to question the possible involvements of any other families besides the Warsarians. We have discovered that the attempt on my life was orchestrated by a member of House Gaprak. Governor closes his eyes. Well, I guess we do this one then. Mocking whispers creep through the crowd. Toriana is trembling faintly. She does not raise her head, perhaps out of fear of meeting her fate face to face. Seneschal's hard gaze soften. An elusive gesture visible only to you conveys the message. Toriana Gaprak is guilty only of her own poor judgment. In the conspiracy against the rogue trader, I find... Oh, I wish I could have found more evidence against House Sauerback. I know it's House Sauerback, but I haven't found the evidence. Damn it. House Sauerback. I will not go against your despicable verdict. I will accept it. House Sauerback has never given you any reason to doubt our loyalty, and thus I will accept death with pride, for there is more honor in that than in serving the likes of you. He raises his chin defiantly, and it seems as if he is suddenly looking down on you from a great height. Regina takes a breath to say something, but stops at the last moment. Her beautiful face does not express anything but frosty resignation. Maybe I should have tried speaking to other members of House Sauerback. A shadow falls across Abelard's face. His tone is unwavering, but you hear the soft ring of regret in it. The noble dynasty and all its branches have been found guilty of heresy. By the order of the rogue trader, the entire house will be executed. The sentence is to be carried out immediately. I didn't want this! That's too much. That's too much. I'm not happy with that outcome. But just as I've been doing this entire playthrough, I don't save scum. So I'm just going to take the bad outcome and try to get a better one on my next playthrough. But yeah, I missed something, clearly. Man, Jocasta's gonna be pissed when I get back on my ship. When the nobles disperse, sated by the bloody performance, Abelard approaches you, his step firm. Lord Captain, you have my thanks. A rogue trader should not waste time on the matters that her servants and trustees can resolve, but in this case your intervention was necessary. Not just for the sake of my family, but for your trade dynasty as well. The Sauerbacks were one of the first families to come to the Expanse. They've served the Emperor for hundreds of years and have never shown any sign of disloyalty. At least none recorded in any official source. It's quite regrettable that their noble line has ended in such a manner. Yeah. Thanks to you, Lord Captain, House Wersarian is saved, although it came close to being wiped out as a result of scheming without and imprudence within. Abelard pauses for a moment, staring off into the distance. Sometimes I think about how much I could teach them. I could ensure that they could survive in the future without me. What are you going to do now? I need time to reflect upon what happened and the role I played in it. I think I will be ready to resume this conversation later when we are back on board the ship. Abelard bows to you deferentially and turns away, lost in thought. Okay, so now I need to speak. Yeah, I failed that. That's a shame, but oh well. We need to find about Narca Erebus. So now the Erebuses should be somewhere here in the palace for me to speak to. Hold on. Map? No, I'm not seeing them. Okay, I'm gonna go check my cogitator, and if not, then maybe the grounds outside? Maybe they haven't been let into the palace just yet. Okay, we already have all of these. Keep a close eye on all these people, see if any of them are ones I'm looking for. I was... Maybe I overlooked them because I was kind of expecting them to be in the throne room. Yeah, I don't see any of them here. I do, however, want to go and see what Marajai has to say in my palace. He does amuse me. The little shithead. Oh. I got turned around. I'm in the way wrong place. Oops. One thing I do wish this game had is just some kind of a compass to show me which way the camera is pointing. That would help with orientating myself. Fellow aristocrat. I remember when this place looked different. Burning, agonizing, drowning in blood. I preferred it that way. Let me know if you'd like to see it restored to its former luster. Janus delegation? Right, I'm gonna go back inside and then probably look up where to find them.
Because I am probably just being a dum-dum, overlooking something. Oh, you know what it might be? You know what we're gonna try? I remembered when other delegations came to see me, they didn't show up until I spoke to Clementia and said I was ready for them. So we're gonna try and do that. Yeah, that was it. Your ladyship, I've been told you have summoned the Erebus family to your court. Your subjects in question, along with their 4 offspring, have already arrived at the palace. They will attend the reception honoring your return to the capital world. Announce that the reception is starting. I am ready to receive the Erebus family. As you wish, your ladyship. Alright, so for this, I'll still take Solomon. I'll take Argenta, and I will take Ulfa. Introduce the next guests. Protectors of Dagonis from the void between the stars. Randor and Zioni of House Erebus, along with their heirs, Mattis, Lorna, Rono, and Lumi Erebus. Lumi! Officers Randor and Zioni Erebus both make the sign of the Aquila, reverent expressions on their battle-scarred faces. Beside them are their children. Raised to love the God Emperor, they are mild-mannered but fascinated by their new surroundings. Judging by their uniforms, the 2 eldest children are already members of the Dagonis Planetary Guard. Your ladyship, it is a great honor for House Erebus to be invited to your palace. There is a glimpse of distinct anxiety in Randa Erebus's eyes. Zioni touches her husband's palm ever so slightly, gives him a reassuring nod, then addresses you. As a token of our greatest reverence for the Fondalancius dynasty, allow me to present you with a modest family relic of the Erebus clan. May it serve you faithfully. I'm sorry, I'm not going to use that. How is House Erebus faring on Dagonis? We are delighted by the favor shown to us, your ladyship. Life in the capital is much calmer and much slower compared to the ship, and I have almost gotten used to the gravity. The prosthetic supporting Randor's spine creaks under his clothes as he attempts an awkward bow. Kybella whispers, just barely audible. A crowd, the Domin's attention, and this being their first visit to the palace. They are nervous. You must give these people time. Let them get accustomed to these surroundings, and to your presence. Let them wander around the hall and taste the food. We will talk to each one individually. We give you this ancient relic of our family. What do you mean it's worse than literally anything you're currently wearing? I mean, it's the thought that counts, right? Isn't that the thing? As the Erebus parents notice a blood-spun web cultist at your side, they exchange glances. An almost imperceptible tension hangs in the air. Are you finding the reception to your liking? It's beyond all expectations. We could not have dreamt of something like this, to be honest. Even just the permission to settle on Dagonis and continue our service to the dynasty's capital world was a most gracious gesture on Lady Theodora's part. We did not expect any further attention. Zioni smiles gently, but her fingers are fidgeting with her heirloom pendant. Let us enjoy the evening. Join the guests. We will talk later. Of course, your ladyship. We are available for you at any time. Oh my. Sione and Randall. Rono, Lumi, and Erebus. And was there a Mattis over here? Oh, he's over there. I see. I got my left and right confused. Alright, well, let's talk to people. Your Ladyship, allow us to thank you once again for this honor. Though we left the flagship a long time ago, it is a pleasure to be in the presence of a Lord Captain again. Sione looks at you with a pensive, unblinking gaze, her eyes darker than the night sky. We realize that your attention to House Erebus was brought on by some manner of circumstances. Please, let us know how we can be of service to you, and we will do what you require. A keen observation. Randall's eyes meet Kibella's as she speaks, but he is not intimidated. On the contrary, the corner of his mouth curves upward slightly, and he gives a respectful nod. Do you remember Theodora well? I won't lie, your ladyship, we never saw her in person. We did not have the rank. Even her favor was bestowed on us in the form of a document penned and delivered by a scribe. But we remember her orders, and they were reflective of all the courage and fervor of a true rogue trader. Did I find who done it? I didn't. Goon Captain Raven, I messed up. I overlooked something. I missed something. I'm not happy with the outcome. However, in games like this, it's important to me to live with the consequences of my decisions. So rather than save scumming and going back and redoing it, I'm just going to roll with it and accept that a bad thing happened. And then in my next playthrough, I'm going to try and do better. That's just my approach to RPGs. I don't try to get everything perfect on the first playthrough. Tell me about the Erebus family. Sadly, we are but a shadow of what was once a much more numerous clan. Most of our kinspeople fell in combat, but we believe the Erebus' last battle is yet to be fought. We raise cohorts of successors. We teach new recruits and our own children the ins and outs of void service before they even set foot on board. The new generation are learning to serve in their own way. Our eldest son, Mattis, is on the planetary guard. So is Lorna, our eldest daughter, though she has devoted herself to medicine. And to my great surprise and elation, our younger children, Rono and Lumi, have found their vocation in serving the God Emperor and the Ecclesiarchy. Try to do that more and more as well. You do have a bad habit of trying to get a perfect run. Yeah, I might look stuff up and try for the perfect run on my second playthrough, but honestly, and this is just to me, I'm not judging anyone else, but just for me perfectly, making a choice and then something bad happening off that choice, and then save scumming to try and make a different choice to get the good result, to me that feels kind of dishonest. That to me kind of defeats the purpose of playing a game where you have choices and your choices have consequences. If that makes sense. And again, I'm not judging what anyone else does. This is just purely the vibes for me personally when I'm playing. I am looking for a Naki Erebus. The ship's archives mention several of your ancestors, but the one I need is a living person. A couple exchange glances again. Our clan has a tradition. We name our children in honor of our past heroes. Mattis and Naki Erebus, the twin founders of our family. A great warrior and a keeper of knowledge. Legend has it that a great future awaited bearers of those names. Every Mattis or Naki Erebus would add to the clan's renown. And they would prove faithful assistants to any Lord Captain they served. But legends are just that, legends. It's not names that give people strength,
but the faith inside their hearts. Is there currently anyone named Naki in your household? No. No one has borne that name for many years now. Your son bears the name Mattis. Randall laughs. What can I say? I have always wanted to raise a great person. Then why did you name your daughter Lorna and not Naki? Did you not want her to become great? I didn't... They did name a daughter Naki. Kibella's words hang heavy in the air. Zioni Erebus nods slowly in response, a sad smile upon her lips. We did, but the Emperor took her from us. The Undying Emperor. The Undying Emperor? You were followers of the Bloodspun Web? No, your ladyship. Randor and I, we've always been stalwart in our faith, and we revered the Spinner's service, but their sacred path was too dark and frightening for us. We may not have understood the deeds of the Bloodspun Web, but we never doubted that the Spinners carried out his will, for they gave their all to their duty. It is heavy duty, but true duty always is. Let us go, Kibella whispers softly. I have heard and seen all I needed to.
The dead know nothing.
Oh, Jesus, okay.
Doubt is for the weak.
Well, let us speak to Mattis. Your ladyship, Senior Lieutenant Mattis Erebus, at your service. The tall, dark-haired young man enunciates sharply as he salutes you with great fervor. Breathless from his own audacity, he blurts out, I hope I don't sound too bold if I say I've always dreamt of serving on your flagship. Would it be too much for a modest servant of the dynasty to hope that the Lord Captain might graciously make him part of her crew? Kibella soundlessly appears at your side. Her face is reflected in Mattis' dark eyes. As their gazes meet, they both freeze in astonishment and lower their heads. Oh, what have we here? If Kibella had had enough to eat growing up, if she had not put her body through grueling trials, if she had not used intoxicants during the cult's ritual, you might have said the two bore quite the Oh no! Oh no! I think I know where this is going! You think Kibella is Naki? The Undying Emperor took their daughter because she was given to the Bloodspun Web to be raised as an assassin. Oh! Oh dear. Mattis looks away first. Pardon my tactlessness, mistress. He clears his throat. I have the strangest feeling that we have met before. Kibella takes her time to reply. You were born on a world and absorbed a hive's sense. I would have remembered someone who smelled like that. I do not know you. Do you believe yourself fit to serve on the flagship? I have served dutifully in the planetary forces, your ladyship. Governor Drivestem even awarded me a medal for defending the southern hive against the Xenos. I may have been born on a gravity-bound world, but my heart belongs to the void. So your reasons are your unflinching courage and your love of the stars? There is another reason, your ladyship, but I'm afraid you will find it laughable. You see, I've always known my destiny awaits me on the flagship, because ever since I was a child, I had the same dream over and over. A dark-haired young woman walking barefoot along the decks, and me following in her footsteps. I would run, but could never catch up to her. My father told me he had felt something of the sort when he met my mother. Mattis' eyes take in Kibella's features. He smiles sadly. I believe my future awaits me there. How can I say no? How can I say no? Very well. I accept you into my service. This is truly an honor for me, Lord Captain. I will not let you down. Glory to House von Valancius. Let us go. I have heard and seen all I needed to. Maybe I should deliver the news to his parents. Your ladyship? From this point forward, Mattis will serve on my ship. He is the pride of the Erebus family. Its blood, its essence. We are delighted for him to serve you as we used to serve Lady Theodora. Enjoy the evening. Well, that was a good response. I need to speak to these, to the younger siblings. However, we have ads coming up in just a couple of minutes, and once again, I need to go pee. So I am going to run the ads to get those out of the way. I'm going to hydrate first, apparently. Thank you, Telkri. There we go. Like I said, I'm gonna go pee. You go grab a drink, stretch your legs, use the bathroom, do whatever you need to do, and I will be right back. Alright, I am back. Is the cooldown on boss fight done? Yes, it is. Oh my god, I defeated Gratsid. Or however you pronounce that. I am now level 10. Yes. Mighty, mighty. I'm just gonna wait for the ads to end before we start any more conversations. They should be done in 40 seconds. I have to say, coming back to Rogue Trader, I've been kind of on hiatus a little bit. One, because I've been really preoccupied with Path of Exile. I'm really enjoying the current Path of Exile League, as I keep saying over and over. But also just, if I'm being honest, Chapter 3 kind of burnt me out on the game a little bit. I spent 100 hours on Chapter 2, didn't get burnt out. I spent like 15 hours on Chapter 3, and that burnt me out a little bit. I really felt like Chapter 3 didn't play to this game's strengths at all. So I'm glad Chapter 3 wasn't longer. I'm glad it's over with. And now that I'm back in the game and into Chapter 4, this feels like the game that I love. This feels like we're back to the game's strengths. And I am really happy I didn't bail out on today. Alright. Starting with Lorna. Oh, it's a multiple conversation. You're pressing down too hard on your quill, Lumi. Look how thick your lines are, and the ink hasn't dried. Mother will be livid when she sees the stain on my cuff. Why don't you watch what you're doing instead of lecturing me again? How many times has Master Rogbard said, apply the base colors first, then the darker shades? The Erebus children are leaning over a sheet of parchment, arguing passionately. A small, finely made box next to them contains quills and a few bottles of ink. Kibella's shadow hangs over the younger Erebuses. Her unblinking gaze carefully studies the unfinished drawing and glows gloomier still. Your Ladyship, we are honored to be at the Von Valancia's palace. I am Lorna Erebus. A pale young woman, slightly shorter than Kibella, smooths a lock of her dark hair nervously as she stands between her younger siblings and the spinner. Let's see if I can take a peek at the drawing. The parchment is an unfinished family portrait showing the Erebus parents and their 4 children. The young artist's skill is impressive. But your attention is drawn not to the fine lines and shading, but the sketch of a dark figure added in by a still more masterful hand. Our family was once renowned for their courage, but Dagonas has no need for boarding teams. So our parents enrolled Rono and Lumi in the scriptorium to study religious painting. That dark shape in the portrait, you drew it in, did you not, Lorna? Who is it? Lorna purses her lips and looks away. Mother says the Erebus clan has a secret guardian that protects us from the shadows. And I thought it would be unfair to draw all of us, but not them. Silly, I know. Enough. Kibella's cold, raspy voice sends a shiver down your spine. Kibella's cry brings the Erebus family back together. 6 alarmed faces. 6 people standing shoulder to shoulder like a fortress wall, and 1 lone, grim figure opposite them. The shadow peers into their dark eyes, the same as her own. Their pale lips, the same as her own. She clenches her fists, ignoring the steel claws that pierce her palms. Enough! I know who Naki Erebus is. Her unblinking gaze turns to you. Yep, so do I. Naki. Sione Erebus looks at Kibella with scarcely concealed fear, but her husband notices her reaction and shakes his head in warning. No! How could you keep something like that to yourselves? How could you? How could you? Lorna hugs her younger brother and sister, who cast frightened glances at their parents and the sinister woman with the wry smile. Naki Erebus. Kibella throws her head back and her laughter resonates through the hall. Naki Erebus is me! You mentioned a guardian in the shadows. Did you not, Lorna? An unseen shadow, a servant of death. Mother called her Naki, but I knew she was talking to someone she knew. So all this time, Mattis, your dreams were showing you the woman who was destined for me. Not the love of my life, but my sister? Mattis shudders and stares intently at Kibella. I didn't know. Do you remember me? I remember what I am permitted to remember. The tenets of the web, prayers to the Undying One, the names of poisons and intoxicants, the name the Vizier gave me. But you? No, I do not remember you. I do not know you. You said the Undying One had taken Naki, but death whispered her name only a short while ago. Whispered. The God Emperor demands a great sacrifice, yet it makes serving him all the more honorable. Sione's voice trembles, and she turns to her husband for strength and support. A few years before Lady Theodora sent our clan's survivors to Dagonas, the Bloodspun Web's Vizier came to our bay. He said the Emperor demanded the next firstborn of the Erebus clan, that he needed a new spinner. 6 months later, we had twins, a boy and a girl with eyes darker than darkness itself. Sione smiles tenderly at Kibella. I'm actually getting emotional at this. You were born first, Naki, and with sorrow and pride, we gave the Vizier our most precious treasure, for that is how someone honors the God Emperor. It's not my place to interfere. So if I had been born a minute earlier, that animated corpse standing before you today would have been me, Mattis recalls from his parents. But why doesn't she remember anything? Why was she never told? The ritual of releasing the burden. Kibela steps up to her brother, who is so completely like her, and yet so thoroughly different. New blood-spun web recruits undergo it in order to forget their past and devote themselves to the Undying One, and so that the souls do not suffer. Tell me, Mattis, is your soul in pain? It only hurts because I never knew you all these years. Kibela turns to you sharply. We are here to settle our debt to the Undying One. We now have the name, the person, and the explanation. I know what must be done. So why do I feel pain from an unseen wound in my heart? Why am I, for the first time in my life, hesitant to sever a thread? All this time I have been wandering in the labyrinth of my mind, but the answer never came to me. What must I do, Domin? How do I end Naki Erebus? You cannot kill your past. You can destroy the people who are connected to it, but are you truly prepared to murder innocent people just to cut yourself free? Kibela, dismayed, looks first at the Erebus family, then at you, then at her own reflection in the steel of her dagger. I will not kill. Must I follow my orders when my entire nature shrinks from it and my heart screams it is wrong? This is not my will. I could have had a family and a future full of righteous service, a chance for a different life. That was taken from me. Who I would be and how I would serve was decided for me. She clenches her fist. The Vizier forged me into a weapon and stained it with blood. He named a mark, he gave a mission. Come, Domin. We must descend into the Temple of Death, where I will report on my task, and ask the Vizier a single question. Why me? You have grown into a fine woman, Naki, and though you may be lost now, I know the Emperor will point you right. We are proud of you. The corners of her eyes twitch, as though she is in pain. My name is Kibela. That was so cool. And very dramatic. I guess we need to go back on the ship now. You like the way I said the name? Kibela? All right. So main things we have now is to either seek out Caligus Winterscale or go join the Inquisitor. It seems to me that one of those is a little more pressing than the other. So I think our next objective will be to go see the Inquisitor. But let's get back aboard the ship, where I am worried what my chief of security will have to say, because I just executed her entire bloodline. Actually, if she's even there, if she didn't also get executed. Yeah. I'm gonna tell her. Your family was involved in treason. I had them all executed. There's a long pause, then Sauerbeck smiles grimly. I do not intend to mourn Macarius's death, although I will miss the insufferable snob. I shall strive to redeem my family name through unwavering service, for the sake of the generations who were loyal to the rogue traders of your ladyship's line. Well, that went better than I had feared. Still not happy with how that turned out. Who was it I wanted to... Oh yeah, it was Abelard. I needed to speak to Abelard.
Lord Captain, allow me to express my gratitude once again for your assistance. If it weren't for your intervention, my entire family could have been executed on false charges. I could have lost them all. I never imagined the Viserians would be so vulnerable, while I serve as seneschal to the Lord Captain herself, far from home. But such is my duty to the rogue trader, to keep tireless watch at the Lord Captain's side, to serve as a support in the darkest of times, for you and for me. I will not step down from my role, no matter what happens. Do not doubt me. The Viserian family will learn from what has happened, and if our blood is worth anything, we'll be ready to face new trials without my guiding hand.
I need you here, Seneschal Viserion. Your steady shoulder is all I have to lean on without fear of treason.
Thank you for your high trust in me, Lord Captain. I will continue to live up to it. Well then, Lord Captain, it is time I return to my duties. Is there anything else I can do for you?
Nope, that is it.
Lord Captain.
Alright, let's head down to the Bloodspun Web. Bloodspun Web. Where is that again? I think it's on the freight line. Yeah, I think it's on the freight line. We're definitely bringing Kibella. Who else do we want to bring for this? Let's bring Abelard, Argenta, Pascal, I think. And Heinrichs. I don't think I'm gonna need them. I don't think there's going to be any combat or anything like that.
forget how I get to the temple. Can be accessed from the freight line. Okay. Okay, okay. Let's just level up Pascal before we go. He only needs 3 levels, and it's just him, so this shouldn't be so bad. How's his toughness doing? It's fine. I think we're just gonna pump his ballistic skill to have those plasma shots land more. Common talent. Let's do close-up scanning. Oh, intimidation seems okay. Ooh, tactical knowledge. Let's grab that. Let's grab more tech use. Let's grab... Destroyer, and let's grab... That's arc rifle. Yeah, let's take 10 perception, sure. That'll help with dodge reduction if nothing else. Alright, now the question becomes, do I remember how to get to the Bloodspun Web? Oh right, there are things on the ground. I just have to follow those. I think I have to go past to the other side. Yep. Oh, that was where the guy jumped. Fuck. In before, I'm not supposed to go there this way, and I was just supposed to speak with Kibella on the bridge, and that would have taken us there.
Follow my lead.
So this was where I jumped in, but then that opened a different... I'm just gonna look it up. I don't want to waste my time. What was the name of the quest again? Death has whispered your name.
Okay, so I just have to find it. Should be here. I don't remember where it is. Is it from up here? No, it doesn't want me to jump again. I thought it was like one of these or something.
A new challenge for me?
Where the fuck is it? Am I really gonna have to look at a fucking shitty video tutorial? Oh, it's an NPC I need to talk to. Okay. I have to speak to Edak Frenzo.
It's about time.
He's not there. I did just see a thing in a Google search that I just have to talk to her on the bridge. So now we walk all the way back. That's fucking annoying. I mean, I'm the idiot here, right? The game wanted me to go somewhere, and I foolishly thought that to go to that location, I had to go to that location. What a dumbass, right? Hey, congrats on your victory and your levels, Diamondback. See, it's things like this that keep this game from being a 10 out of 10. It's just small, annoying niggles like this. Okay, so where does Kibella? She's there to the aft. And I'm gonna save before talking to her because apparently I'm leading into some combat I just had spoiled to me.
Take heed, Nemo. Our blessed Domin honors us with a visit. The one who delivered this ark from the curse of your existence.
Alright, let's present ourselves to the Vizier.
Come, Domin.
Cake Stormcat, welcome! I am going to take Ulfar. How are you doing this fine evening? Or afternoon, or whatever it is where you are. It's the evening here, it's like 9:15. Doing okay? Would you care for a new Chaos Orb making hustle in PoE? I mean, I don't know if I'll use it, but I'll be okay hearing about it. The Vizier whispers a prayer, his masked face turning towards the Undying One's image. Instead of his usual threadbare clothes, he is wearing elegant armor of bone and dark gold, marked with purity seals. He turns as he hears you approach. Kibella, I have been hearing your footsteps for a long time, in his whispers. Domin Teophania, Lady of the Ark, it is good that you are here with her. It is right. The Undying One has blessed this union of light and shadow. You greet us clad in armor. Are you preparing for battle? Today is a special day. I have only donned this armor once before, when I was second spinner. That day, I ceased to be second. But I have remembered the weight of this gold on my shoulders and chest through all the years since. Kibella opens her mouth, but the Vizier stops her with a gesture. You will understand, my daughter. You will understand soon. The extra Dead Man Sulfur, buy Changeling Ducats. You have like a 45% chance to get a ducat back that's worth more. If you buy the sulfur. Oh no, I definitely convert my Changeling's ducats to more valuable ducats and sell them, and I also sell most of my sulfur. I'm already doing that, but thank you. We have learned how Kibella came to be part of the Bloodspun Web. We've met her family. Vizier looks away for a brief moment and nods to empty space. The Undying One's congregation sacrifices the blood of its blood. That is how spinners are brought into this temple. But only those who would serve him of their own volition stay and spin the bloodspun web, as Kibella did. Your words are dishonest. The ritual of releasing the burden erased me, made me hollow. What will of my own I had, you took from me, and filled me with yours instead. The Vizier's voice becomes astonishingly gentle. My daughter, do you believe you have only served him because I set you on the thread of the web? Do you believe you have no faith in him? You know that is not true. Kibella grits her teeth, hissing. You used my trust to make me your tool. Of course I see no other destiny for myself now, but that does not mean it was preordained. Kibella has been cured of her affliction. This is true. No longer do I see anguish in her soul. Second Spinner, I am ready to receive your report. Have you accomplished the task the Undying One himself set you? The task remains undone. I refuse to complete it. Condemning a life to oblivion is wrong for those who worship death. No one will hurt my family. No one will hurt me. Let the Undying One punish me if he so wills. Silence falls for what feels like an eternity. At last the Vizier responds with the sadness of an all-forgiving father. That is one of the threads as well, my daughter. I understand you. Tired sigh escapes the Vizier's chest. A harrowing sacrament, a ruthless ritual. I am relieved that it is nearing the end. Everything is coming together, just as he revealed to me. Perfection has been sculpted. The affliction I nurtured has been vanquished. The choice has been made. So whence all the sadness, my daughter? The Vizier shakes his head, suddenly looking very human. His shoulders droop, and he extends a hand towards Kibella. What do you mean, the affliction you nurtured? Was it you who doomed Kibella to her suffering? The Undying One laid the thread, and I served as guide. The meeting with you and your world, Domin. The hunt for Nemesis, a grim and ghastly doppelganger. The comprehension of her flock's pain. My assignments stirred anxiety in my daughter's soul, as they were meant to. And the feelings that exist between you, those supersede all else, perhaps. Could I have prevented them from springing up, smothered them while they were still weak? I could have, but I chose not to. What will happen now? Kibella will be the new Vizier. Her journey to the Undying One and the choice she made will be reflected in the Bloodspun Web's new pattern. As for me, I will go to him as I have long awaited. The confusion and alarm in Kibella's face gives way to anger and horror. Her face distorts like a crumbling paper mask as the emotions wash over her. Too many emotions for one whose soul has gone dead. I have not yet done all that you expect me to, have I? That is correct, my daughter. Can you feel it? The proper way this burden must be passed? Kibella's voice falters. She clenches her teeth, trying to keep herself from bursting into tears. I don't want to kill you! Is a simple transition of power not possible? Why must there be bloodshed? Because great things are not achieved in small ways. Because if you worship him, your sacrifice to him must be great as well. Blood is our gift, the only thing that is truly ours, the only worthy way to worship and honor him. Very well. Do not demand yet another sacrifice from her, Vizier. Such was the Undying Emperor's will. Still, it is unfair. Kibella's face has become a death mask. The Vizier's voice is full of sorrow and humility. Yes, for I am stronger than you, and my high spinners stand with me, those who swore an oath to protect me and not outlive me. And he too stands with me. His face will emerge out of mine, and may those you chose when you set out along the threads of the web, your comrades, your Domin, may they stand with you. Fight. Fight with no regret. A bitter sigh falls from the old man's lips. Farewell, my daughter. Let us honor the Undying One. Let us honor him.
Submit, and you'll die quickly. Death to his enemies!
Alright, bunch of death cultists, as well as the 3rd, 4th, and 5th spinner, 6th spinner as well, and of course the Vizier. Okay, and ooh, Death Cult Slayer. And we're basically surrounded. Okay, so let's set up a position. Put you here in the middle. Kibella, stay there. Avalon. Up there. Yeah, that'll do. Magenta back here. Ulfa here.
look red. I will take all of you with me.
Why does she have her sniper rifle out? God damn it, I hate it when they do that.
Steel bows.
Hey, Wheels!
Human death after all.
Good to see you.
Follow my lead.
I am apparently getting my shit rocked.
Onward. I'm not injured. I'm enraged. Doubt is for the weak.
Pray on you.
I'll do it.
Furious Recital. Not piercing shot, but call
As the
the
Emperor
bold.
commands, I act. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Run and gun. Why can she not attack again?
That is not the Emperor's will.
What do you mean it can't be used again this turn? Fine. Set them on fire instead.
Weapon at the ready. Time to redouble our efforts.
Oh, that's already 2 characters down. This is going terribly. Oh, I was next to an enemy, that's why I couldn't fire it. Okay, fair enough.
A soldier would have been disciplined for such a performance.
Our foes reek of cowardice. By the wolf's eye, perish! Feel the icy bite of death!
Just do a single shot instead. Yeah, great. Out of my way.
So it shall be!
It could do worse, but not by much.
Follow my lead.
Comes play!
Moving out.
None I have become the All-Father's worthy instrument!
And run and oh no, run and gun.
See how the wolf succeeds!
And devastating attack.
I must not falter.
Out of my way!
I've suffered worse. Who thought that was a good idea?
Weather the storm.
I think this might be a redo.
Is thunder! My strike is
Time's gonna tell though, but the fact that because of the initiative I lost 2 of my characters before I even got to do anything is a little frustrating, but I'm gonna see if I can make it with these guys, and if I can't, then it's just whatever. So will you please actually take out the weapons you're supposed to be using? And jump. Oh, he takes up a space? Oh, that is some horse shit. Okay.
I shall not fail by the web. As the tenants demand. As honor ordains. The shadows will...
Blood Oath. Okay, Reckless Abandon. Oh, need to use those next turn.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
Alright, Abelard will one enemy on this guy. And we're just gonna whack him. And then we're gonna hook him.
I will do my duty. Gray hair, sure hair. Lesson learned.
There we go. The zero's almost
Reactor
down.
Online.
Juggernaut,
Sensors
welcome!
Online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
And defensive stats.
Chaos guides me.
Follow my lead.
Oh, actually, it was only one of my... No, it was two of my characters. My main character and, what's his name? Pascal. Just both got instantly taken down.
Follow my lead.
I'm kind of wondering if the combat ends when I take down the Vizier, or if I have to take down everyone else as well. I'm kind of hoping I just need to take down the Vizier, and that's why I'm, kind of focusing him. Dash. Where can I dash to safely? I can dash to here. Take that. Oh, and it doesn't take me to the space I clicked. It takes me to the space next to it. Well, that fucking sucks. Well, we don't like that. Actually, he's likely to dodge. Let's just do it.
Who thought that was a good idea?
Then I guess that's all she's gonna do on her turn. Because of this clusterfuck.
I must not falter.
An exemplary strike.
So, feel the icy bite of death.
Oh, looks like we also have to kill everyone else. Alright. Let's get to work.
Can do better than a warrior of the All-Father.
These spinners are a little too dodgy.
So it's I have become the All-Father's worthy instrument. The wolf is on the hunt.
Fire.
Succeeds. Is thunder. My strike is ruin.
Let your soul be purged.
Follow my lead.
Grey hair, sure hair. Follow my lead. Target well struck. Grey hair, sure hand.
Let's see, Kibella. And again, exactly where I want to stand is where... Oh, I can move there. It just didn't look like I could before. Yeah, that's where we want to move.
Blade and shield.
And then we want to Reckless Abandon. Then we want a Blood Oath. Oh, that's a particular target. We don't want a Blood Oath. Then we Blade Dance.
My blade whispers your name. Let your soul be purged.
Then we Pain Resonance.
A soldier would have been disciplined for such a performance.
There we go.
I will not die in dishonor.
And then we see if she can take out the third spinner. Well, actually, the Slayer has less health. Let's work on the Slayer. There we go. Now, Abalon. An opportunity attack, but that's fine because in this position,
At your beck and call.
I can do this.
It will be done. Weapon at the ready. Lesson learned.
Ooh, nice, nice pillage, Mary. Have you fought any bosses yet, Mary? And we are just gonna unyielding. Oh, we don't want. Going breach.
I will do like you.
Don't dodge me, you little shit.
Victory is imminent. Indeed. I will do my duty. Who thought that was a good idea?
Because of all the dodging, that was just not enough to kill him. You got slapped by Ava earlier, now you're scared. You can always do !current boss to check what the boss is. Or you can do scout boss if there isn't a current boss to get a current boss. And you can do study boss to see what level the boss is. Ooh, current boss is Godskin Duo. And you are level 4. Godskin Duo at level 4.
Let your soul be purged.
An exemplary strike.
Look at that! They're easy one by one. People keep saying that, and I keep disagreeing, because just the Godskin Noble himself, on his own, has given me so much trouble. Like, the Godskin Apostle is not that bad. I can handle a Godskin Apostle, but fuck the Noble. The Noble's the fat one with the rapier.
I'll do it.
Apostle is the wiggly one. That's a good way of.
Faith without deeds.
It's a good way of saying it.
As the Emperor commands, this is why I was chosen.
Had no problem because of your build. Yeah, fair.
Not falter.
Feel the icy bite of death! So shall it be. I have become the All-Father's worthy instrument! None can do this better than a warrior of the All-Father! In disgrace!
Follow my lead. Just a minor setback.
Kibella. Oh, I see the perfect position for her. Go stand here.
Blades and shadows.
Then activate. Guess where it hurts?
Done. As
Blade dance. And then we still have action points to do this. Oh, she doesn't get to attack with both, unfortunately. Yep, it's gonna be turn. I really don't want Avalon to have to deal with this one HP. He's on fire and on 1 HP. I'm just gonna ignore him. Not enough movement points. Why does he not have any movement points? Why is that 6 movement points? I guess they're blood bullshit on the ground. Okay, move here. And then... God, my hit chances are abysmal. Switch back. Grab this guy. He's too far. Alright, grab this guy. Alright, we're not gonna finish this fight right now because my concentration is going out the window. I have noticed that for the past 10 turns, I have desperately had to piss. But I've been suppressing it because I was locked into the fight, which is making me irritable, annoyed, and completely ruining my focus. So we're going to take the ad break a little early. It's not supposed to start for about 3 minutes, but we're going to run the ads early. I'm going to go piss. You guys do whatever you need to do, grab a drink or stretch your legs, and I will be right back. I'm back. I'm not gonna wait for the ads to end because I just want this fucking fight to be over with. So I'm just gonna continue and try to get it over with.
Follow my lead.
Thank you, Diamondback.
My blade whispers your name.
Doubt is for the weak.
Oh my god, there's one right there. I keep overlooking. This fucking sucks!
I'll do it.
Alright, I guess she just doesn't get to do anything this fight.
My lead.
Okay, let's see if we can clean up a little bit.
Corpse play. See how the wolf succeeds. So it shall be.
Sure, don't fire on the guy on the ground right in front of you.
Wolves, my hand is thunder. My strike is ruin.
This fight is the least I have enjoyed this game at any point playing it. I don't know what it is, this is just pissing me off.
I bring mercy and retribution.
She still has temporary wounds.
As honor ordains, the shadows caught by the web. I shall by the blade whispers your name. The undying whispers
My
his
ears
will.
are ringing.
Yeah, it's a mix of all that, so.
Let your soul be purged.
Predator does not become prey.
Caught by the web.
And also just a shit ton of really tough enemies that constantly dodge, meaning it's a slog to grind my way through them. So add that on top of the pile.
As honor ordains. Trust me.
Skitcha, my Calamite is strong.
As honor ordains. Caught by the web. As the tenants demand, the blade whispers your name. Let your soul be purged.
And now, if only I had an action point for acrobatic artistry, I could just repeat all of that.
will do my duty. At your beck and target well struck. An exemplary strike.
Hey, you. Get back here.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Brace for impact again. And
It will be done.
a wall of rock reach.
I must not falter.
So what's the idea? All of that would have happened in 6 seconds? Yes! Just bouncing around like a Super Bowl. Okay, there are 2 enemies left. That's one. Where's the other one? There on the floor. Okay. So if I move... There's nowhere. No, I'm gonna move here.
Guided by faith.
I'm gonna do a line of fire. Because there's a good chance that Ophar will be able to dodge it. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
And now that Ophar is no longer in the way...
What is done cannot be undone.
Well done, Argenta. Super good shooting.
Is a prayer.
There is only death. Yours or mine.
I challenge you, damn
Back into place.
God's blessing. None can do
That was a pain in my ass. Fuck's this now?
Death will find you soon enough.
Serve me today. Tomorrow you will be dead.
All too easy. Nothing I can't do. Not a problem for me.
Okay, it's not taking any damage. Is this some kind of gimmick fight? Oh great, I have to memorize his attack pattern. What the fuck is this? Reduce the damage of the next successful attack. Okay. So I need to attack him multiple times per turn in order to do anything. That fucking sucks. I hate this fight already. Sure, don't do the thing.
See how the wolf succeeds. I have become the All-Father's worthy instrument.
Activate this. Too close to charge, right? No, I'm not.
So it shall be.
Okay, just take my action points and don't do anything. That's fine. Love that game. Thank you.
But a human death after all.
Yeah, well, Kibella is well suited to fighting him. Could you move here? Okay, could you move here then? Thank you.
Silence. The shadows will see it done.
Activate Reckless Abandon.
I feel nothing. Fear nothing.
I'm not gonna Blood Oath. No.
Trust me.
Okay, just only one attack. I was expecting more, but... Raining Blood...
I shall not fail.
Let's do that. Dodged that. That's annoying.
So shall it be. Cubs, please. Strike me down, for I am dead. So it shall be. See how the wolf succeeds.
Oh, did I click the... Oh, I clicked Devastating Attack. I wanted to click Wildfire. Okay, that's just my mistake. Let's do Inquisitor's Decree. Avalot gets to Daring Breach.
Tried and tested tactics are that.
I love how sometimes I just can't move into spaces. That's annoying. Oh, not the ability I wanted. I wanted this one.
I will do my duty. At your beck and call. Grey hand, your hand. It will be done. Who thought that was a good idea? At your beck and call. Grey hair, your hand. Thought you would have been disciplined for such a performance.
And we only have 17 advantage. Inspire Ulfar. Is anyone badly wounded yet? Bella kind of is. Get back into the fight.
I don't have time for this.
Bella's too far for that. Pascal is still down, by the way. That's annoying as well.
Not my specialty. I'll pass.
He's not under unfinished business, I guess. Alright.
Not a problem for me.
There's no point to that. There's no point to that. Alright, I guess that's a turn for her. Now Avalon.
It will be done. An exemplary strike.
And then grapple.
I will do my duty.
With a free attack. Don't think I need endure, but defensive stance might be helpful. And Kibilla.
As honor ordains.
Audience. League dance. No, not reckless abandon. Is he suffering any? He's suffering both toxin and burning. So let's do where it hurts.
As the tenants demand.
And he dodges it.
Compared to naval services, that was very
This is supposed to be Cabela's big moment, but she can't do anything because she keeps missing. I think this is a good position for Argenta. Furious Recital, Marcus Prey. Piercing Shot. Not do Rapid Fire, not do Call the Bold. Rebel and Slaughter. And then a Burst. Good damage. Did we do Firearm Mastery? Yeah, let's do Firearm Mastery.
Faith without deed. I'll do it.
Need to go back to shooting school. Yeah, she's already let me down enough for this fight. I don't need her to mess up anymore. So far, devastating attack. And then we kick.
So it shall be.
And then we shoot again. Why did she get... Oh my god, I kicked him into her and knocked her down. God damn it. While tricky, the fight against the Emperor Ghost was not nearly as annoying as the fight against the assassins. Is there another stage to the fight? No. Clad in the Vizier's armor, Kibella is staring at the spot where, just a short time ago, lay the body of the man who raised her. Her shoulders are shaking, and her head hangs low, but no tears are to be seen, and no sobs come from behind her mask of dark gold. Suddenly, she throws her head back, and a desperate cry full of pain, fury, and regret echoes around the temple. This is not the Vizier, nor a spinner you see before you, just a daughter who has lost her father. I know this is a ridiculous question to ask, but how are you doing? I really wish the companions were always voice acted. The tenets of the web teach us never to regret or hesitate, but I could never have imagined that I would one day have to make a choice this painful. I did what had to be done, but that does not quell the pain. I know he is in the Undying One's hands, but that does not soothe the grief. I know I sought vengeance against him, but I feel his absence already. I'm sorry, losing a mentor is hard. He was more than that. He was both a friend and... Kibella's voice drops, her next words barely audible. A father. Did I just see the God Emperor in the flesh? Was that how you saw the Vizier, Damen Teophania? You saw an image of death in him, but it was only an image. Fumes of the sacred intoxicant blessed our ritual, but what you saw and killed was a mere man. The Undying One does not come to the living, we come to him. What will become of the blood-spun web now? Kibella raises her head to peer into the Undying Emperor's dark eye sockets. We will not stray from the tenets. We will not forget our predecessors' sacrifices and our Vizier's teachings. Service to the Undying One is our life, for he is duty, he is death. Ah, but my influence has made her more compassionate. Kibella studies the spinners. Her voice thunders under the temple's vaults. Bow now before your new Vizier, and 100 whispers reply, Death salutes you.
Save your jests about fur, fleas, and Mort's territory.
Welcome back, Pascal. Did you have a nice nap?
Back on face.
So he got a concussion. He just immediately got knocked the fuck out. And my character has no effects. Okay. Alright, well, let's level up. At least it's only one level per character, so this will be fine. I would like more fellowship, and I would like... What's Leader's Assault? Ooh, yeah, I'll take that. Abelard. Give you more weapon skill, and give you... Yes! Let's give him Stentorian voice. It's also very appropriate for him. Argenta, more ballistic skill, you clearly need it. And... That's enough bullets for everyone. Nah, I don't love that one. Don't love that one. Ah, sure. Pascal. Maybe you need more toughness. Ballistics calculation. No, that's the one where you're really far away. Tide of Excellence seems fine. Ulfar. Woolfather. Let's do ballistic skill. And let's do what? A wounded beast, that's when he has injuries. I don't want him to have injuries. Second skin, that's pointless. Yeah, Swift Slaughter, I like that one. And Kibella. Let's up your toughness. And let's give you... Nah. 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 Sure. She'll always be dual-wielding swords. Okay, let's do that. I spin a cloak. What is she wearing? Yeah, no, I'm just gonna let that... Oh, that is a lot of damage. I will take one of these just to have... I will take a bunch of these bloody blades though, because they seem to do stupid amounts of damage. So they might just become the new one-handed weapons of characters that need those. Okay, Bella. That is not the weapon loadout. Oh, because it gave her... Yeah, okay. But she needs to get a rifle as well. Are we sticking with the sharpshooter rifle? I think we might be. Yeah. Let's see. You just got Whispering Mercy and Singing Retribution. Okay, so those are actually upgrades. She also got Lingering Whisper and Bygone Sorrow. Not sure I love Bygone Sorrow. Has good armor rating though. Yeah, let's keep it just for the armor rating. Alright, but for her... That is definitely an upgrade over the Anvur Chainsword. And even though he has talents that make him better with chainswords, that is still a huge upgrade. You don't have... You have the power axe. Alright. No completed quests. I guess the quest is just completed now. Yeah. All right. Back to the bridge. Oh. Let me show you the way, Domin. Show me the way. To the Void Ship Bridge, which is where we will save the game and call it for tonight.